Hello, my friends. Welcome to this broadcast, and apologies for being a little late as I was going on a little bit too quick with my dinner, trying to get ready for the show. And so just had a little issue there. Won't get into it, but at any rate, welcome one and all. David Snedeker here, talking to you live from just outside Austin, Texas. The Hawk Marsden's going to be joining us shortly, and it also took me a minute to get us up on Rumble. So please let me know if we're up on Rumble. My friends, I've been getting a little bit more consistent, like I used to be, and did quite a bit of content last week, and we had a long show, about 3 hours last night, and 10,000 of you joined us for that between then and now. So I thank you for your eyes, your ears, your hearts, your minds. And trusting yourself to know that you want to hear what's going on in the world, and you've come to somebody that doesn't pretend to know, but is trying like hell to figure it out. And if you've been with me a long time, you know that that has always been my MO. I've never, thank you, Dina, on Rumble. Appreciate that. You know that I have never used the words intel, breaking, exclusive, that I have an inside source, and nor am I in the Q team or on the Q team or on the Trump team. And who they are is as good a guess. I have as good a guess as anybody. But based on the information that I've been able to find out and research, I will tell you that that Q is, I believe, a military operation based on the information that they have and the things that they've been able to predict. And if you have spent time with Q and you are frustrated by the lack of action, or frustrated by, things that have come and gone when we would have expected somewhat of a something to happen, well, join the club, because we would all like to see things happen a little bit quicker, with a little bit more expediency. But like our life and like the things that happen to us in our life, we know now that this is not on our timetable. This is not on our timetable. This is not about us. It's about doing the best we can with what we have and going forth into the fight. Hawk, welcome, my friend. How you doing?
Doing all right. Just still doing the hotspot thing, so it's going to be touch and go for me. That's why I wanted to, folks. The reason we got started late, and I'm going to let you know is I had to have Dave start the show. Because if I get booted because I'm using a hotspot, then there's always the chance that Dave is going to get booted within a few minutes afterwards. And I want him to have control, so that way if I do go down, he's able to keep going no matter what. Okay. So
it's okay, guys. It's okay if Hawk goes down. It's okay if Hawk goes down, but you can't lose me. Okay. That's basically what Hawk's trying to say, I think, right? Right, Hawk? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, exactly. You know who I'd like to see go down? I'd like to see at CenturyLink and at Lumen Technologies go down,
Hmm.
because this fiasco of the last 11 days is totally driving me crazy. I'll tell you what, Slow Country did a dig on them today. And let me tell you, their connections to BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, as well as Microsoft and many other smaller tech companies and everything. I'll tell you what, if we get this to literally go viral, um, in regards to getting a boycott going against these people, then these guys are going to lose stock position big time. So,
Yeah, and speaking of Slow Country, I'm going to do Slow's show tomorrow at 12 Eastern. And is Slow in the chat?
yes, he is.
Um,
Yep.
Slow, please drop the locations for that. And Hawk, by the way, how am I and everybody? How am I sounding? I'm in a basically my
Your audio is great to me.
yeah. Okay, great. Uh,
Yep.
the I'm in my soon to be room that I'm turning into my studio. Um, I just need some things to be able to take care of that. And but all right, everyone's saying I'm 5'5". Great. Slow says their stock is only valued at $1.40 a share, um, and that's at CenturyLink. That's been screwing you guys over there. Um, and that's in what area do they cover over there?
I know that they do uh, actually from basically from where I'm at here in Oregon down to where you are there in Texas and over into Alabama as well. They're also
Okay.
called Brightspeed and Lumen is the other names that they use, but they're all under the same umbrella.
All right. Well, we have about 300 in the house here, but also, and that's just Facebook and YouTube. We got Rumble going, we got X going. Folks, if you're not over on X, I highly recommend that you get there um, and basically just look for at Dave Snedeker over there, and and here's my platform here that I've been doing quite a bit of work, primarily there because that is the new digital battlefield. That is the primary battlefield because that is where a lot of the great minds are, but also a lot of the people that we need to reach are on X because they were. It's a very interesting dynamic because back in the at Jack days, they were literally doing the bidding of the FBI and the CIA and the government was shutting them down or telling them to shut down certain accounts, like they did, and and a lot of us were affected. And now I believe that it's white hat controlled, and I believed that and showed you why I believe that before Musk was ever a part of it, and so yeah, so you can follow me there, and then also you're seeing us live right there. We've got 33 viewers. It's not quite the platform for long form content, but I believe it's expanding into that. Um, also, look for at Hawks Mustard One That's Hawk's channel. So go give him a follow, and you'll be able to get notifications of the things that are happening with us and the things that we're sharing with you. I'm going to take you down a few dives that I did today, um, but I excuse me. But I first want to just kind of give a an overview and kind of get back to where I was coming. And by the way, I just wanted to say I kind of got stopped up on this last night. But this was a when I was recording the live with you at Santa Monica, the riots there, and I don't want to give the wrong impression. I am a big fan of the Boys in Blue. And I was speaking out against all defunding of the police, and I've had a lot of great, friends that were cops. I've had a lot of great interactions. I've had some bad interactions, like we all have. This particular interaction was directed by the police chief, who was sued and had to step down from Santa Monica because I was telling them that they were pushing the crowd into oncoming traffic. So many of you were live with me on that day. I also got assaulted during the looting, as well as gassed and hit with that canister. They fired it right at me. I was the only one there trying to stop them from doing that. But you were with me, many of you, and then when I went and I started filming the looting, my phone feed was cut off, and I know that area. I'm there all the time in downtown Santa Monica. I lived there, and I had never had a cell problem or there in downtown, but that was cut off because it was a coordinated effort, and so that's. Just wanted to share that with you. That was all those people were being told. You're not going to be arrested. You're going to be fine, and you will. If you do get arrested, we'll bail you out overnight. And remember when all that was happening in 2020? And that was the end of May in 2020. So this was between that and J6, getting some gas in J6, I've had some issues, health issues, and I believe it was directly attributed to those events. And I have been told as much as well. But the both times the crowd was instigated. Both times the crowd was, where they fired was quite docile and quite respectful. And but they needed to create that event. They needed to create that event, and all these events. And so I want to, talk about here the war that we are on the verge of. Excuse me, and I want to go into this dive that I did regarding that because it is, I believe, we're seeing another false flag, and I believe the white hats are telling us about this false flag. So, so let me share this with you, and we can get. We're going to get into some other things too. We got some financial stuff going on. We've got, and by the way, I'll come back with my face one of these days, but I'm giving you guys a break. Okay. You were looking at my face for about 5 years, over, 5,000 hours. I think you deserve a break from my face for a while. So, and the image you see here is when I did a live show here in an underground speakeasy in Austin. And many of you showed up for, and that was wonderful. And I did a live stream, and this was from the poster that my nephew did for me when I was asking him. It was called "From the Ashes We Rise." which is on my Rumble channel. And on my Rumble channel, by the way, um, you can find me, and it's under the indoctrination, one word, and I'll pull that up for you as well. And there we go. And I've got over 220 videos of the 1100 plus I've done here. And here was the Snedfest right here with the poster. And I'm sorry, From the Ashes We Rise. Got about 11,000 just on Rumble alone. So, doing quite a bit of content, my friends. Please check that out. And so, let me get to this dive. This is a very, very important thing, I believe, to share with you tonight, because for all of the false flags that occur, I want us to not be knee jerk reactionary about it, and because that's exactly what the intention is with these false flags. Everyone that knows me knows I love my brothers and sisters who serve and served this once great nation. The sheer number of military families that have graced me with their presence in my audience should reveal this. So please know that I am praying. I am right on the following. And if I'm wrong, those prayers turn to the families affected. We're actually here with a Marine veteran, Hawk J. Marsden. If we were watching a show, which I believe we were doing, at what lengths will they go? A show requires a script, and the director must have control over the whole script, not just 60 or 70% of it. Otherwise, the intended message will never be truly conveyed. Many of you know I've written scripts, I've directed movies, produced movies, and I can tell you that if you're making a movie, it can't be a bunch of people coming together, throwing in, their ideas and their vision. It's one vision that all those people will add to. But it's got to be one guy, directing traffic, and that person has to be the director, because it's the director's vision. And most of the crap that we see on television these days, in the movie theaters these days, are people trying to predict what you want and what you don't want. And if we get a chance, I'd love to play that interview with Rick Rubin later as well. Numbers revealed to Mockingbird Media often carry messages. Let's look at the following possible messages, comms. Now, we have a lot of evidence to show this. When there's a false flag, when there's a school shooting, when there's a lot of double numbers, a lot of 13s, 22s, 11s, because they know they're using these numbers to manipulate us. Well, what I've been saying for a while is that the white hats are using predictive programming just like the black hats did. And I believe they're sending us some messages. This is from Visegrad. Breaking: U.S. announces that 3 American soldiers were killed by a suicide drone striking the Tower 22 military outpost in Jordan last night. Another 25 Americans wounded. Tower 22, Area 55, is located right next to the border with Syria and Iraq. Major crisis happening. Okay, so, first of all, what the hell are we doing over there? Okay. The only thing we should be doing over there right now is stopping Israel from decimating the Palestinian population of Gaza. And so I hope that you're finding people like Shapiro and people like Rubin and people like, all these guys, Alex Jones, that are in support of Israel. Okay. Now, Trump, he has some harsh words for, Hamas as well. And I do as well. Like, I'm not suggesting that, that kind of behavior go unpunished. But when you realize that Hamas was created by Israel, you look at things very differently. When you realize that ISIS was created by our CIA and Obama, you look at things very differently. Okay. And, we have evidence for all of this. It's just you got to look deeper. So here's this drop. Here's this post. Okay. Now, time to go after the snake in Tehran. Somebody responded. Pretty cool. Probably AI graphic. Time to slam Iran and its proxies into the next universe. Okay. No dead soldiers without payback. Confirmation of this. So this is the knee-jerk reaction that we are seeing. Okay. This is the knee-jerk reaction we're seeing. That's going down his post, not mine. These are not my people, by the way. Okay. The people that, follow me and listen to me, they know that this is some bullshit they're trying to stir up. And that every war that we've ever been in, every conflict that we've ever been in, all started with a false flag operation that created that kind of response you just saw in the population. And it's often, obviously, the Mockingbird media, it's often stirred. It's gas is thrown on it. It's created. They do the Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution. The solution is they want to go to war. And when you understand that, then you understand that they are motivated, cui bono, who benefits when we go to war. The people that benefit, the war hawks, the lobbyists, the people that control us, that want population control, want conflict between humanity. All these people, the contractors, the defense contractors, they want to drop bombs, a lot of them. They want to fire missiles, a lot of them. Okay. They are the ones. And so when you look at this and you understand that these people want war, then you understand why so many people, so many countries are at war. Okay. So obviously Iran comes into play, and much to discuss with this on my next show, which is this one. But primarily, Mueller, Clinton, Trudeau, uranium one to Russia, Iran. Because the 3 service members dead takes me to the 3rd drop, okay, which is actually the 4th drop because there were 2 in the first one. Mueller's been showing up a lot lately with National Guard, NG, and the drops. Now, friends, I have been doing these dives, and Mueller keeps popping up. And I kept thinking, well, obviously FISA is going to bring down the House, and Mueller was a part of that. Mueller was, the head of the FBI during 9/11. Mueller's got some skeletons in the closet, and Mueller was the one who took the uranium to Russia and for inspection for them to then make the deal, which put a lot of money in the Clinton Foundation. So, folks, I think it was 150 million. Hawk, correct me if I'm wrong. But when you look at that and you realize that 150 million, man, that's a lot of child fucking right there. Okay. With the Clinton Foundation. Okay. And that's what they're all about. Trafficking, human trafficking, and all the nefarious things that go along with that. So, and Trudeau was involved in that. Trudeau's completely compromised. So this was October 29th, 2017. This was actually the day I discovered Q. Open your eyes. It was the day after the first post. It finally came out that Rod, Bob were key players in the uranium scandal. Now, Rod is Rod Rosenstein. Bob is Bob Mueller. Do you think POTUS would be tweeting about removal given clear conflict? Why did POTUS meet Bob under the cover of FBI director interview? Now they're talking about Trump as POTUS. Bob is unable to serve as director per the law because he had already served his term. Gowdy comments on Comey. History will, I think it was not be kind. POTUS has everything. Okay, this is Q telling us in the third drop or fourth drop, POTUS has everything. Back then, not everyone is corrupt, fewer than you think. Follow Huma Abedin. Operation Mockingbird. Okay, when it's all capped, it's Harvard University Muslim alumni, which I'll get to that in a bit. Operation Mockingbird, I just talked about. Priority to clean out the bad actors to unite people behind the America First agenda. Many in our government worship Satan. Not about Republicans versus Democrats at this stage. Where is HRC? The last I checked, she's in Spain. Why is the National Guard called up across 12 cities? Trust in your president. God bless patriots. My friends, I will tell you this, that I have been to this drop 4 times in the past week. And I don't just go in willy-nilly. I am led there by events, by news unlocking the map. This is the map, okay? And I've been to this one and also the National Guard. All right, that's the news unlocking the map, the NG. So wanted to share that with you. So I believe, okay, sometimes, and this isn't absolute, but when I hear these numbers come out, I believe that they are significant in some way to let us know what's going on. Because my take on the drops and on the comms is, listen, I'm just as frustrated as you are that this isn't over yet, I still think we got a ways to go. I think it's going to look differently than people think, but we got a ways to go here. And so, see, the white hats know that we are awake, and they know how absolutely excruciating it is to be awake in this present world that we live in. And many of us have been awake for a long, long time, 18 years for me, and many longer than that. And so it's excruciating because we're living in a parallel universe, because we walk in a universe, that a world, an earth that we first of all know what we're, that we're here and where that is. And that's why I'm not going to get into this right now, but that's why it's really, really important for every human being that hears my voice to research and debunk for yourself the flat earth model. Okay. My favorite is 200 Proofs the Earth is Not a Spinning Ball by Eric Dubay, who was a part of my awakening to the actual world that I am living in. The reason I say that's so important is it took me 10 months to debunk it, by the way. All right. And I spent a lot of time, and I couldn't debunk it. But I invite you to check for that yourself. Okay. It's always also a red flag to me that any truther that you're listening to, if they don't know about this, then they are not looking, or they were put here for another reason to to distract you or to not tell you the real truth. Because for me, I think the truth must start with, where are you? And what is this place that you are living in? And, who are you? It's really going internal, but it's also important to understand that the internal is what they try to keep us from. They try to keep us distracted with the NFL. By the way, thanks all of you that are here with the NFL. That aren't watching NFL or have it on mute and listening to me. So welcome, and we're going to talk about the NFL a little bit tonight because there's some major things happening, I believe, and when you have a captive audience, my friends, you will understand how they use that captive audience, right? Okay, how they use that captive audience. So this is the third drop. Now, follow Huma is a common Q theme. Both Huma Abedin and Harvard University Muslim alumni. Al-Walid bin Talal al-Saud, the Saudi Arabian prince, in my previous post, I was drawn to him. He used to be one of the investors in Twitter. Okay. Huma, his husband is a pedo. Anthony Weiner was one of many Muslim Brotherhood infiltrators in our government. Her last tweet was October 6, 2023 at 10:39 Eastern Standard Time. Her last 8 have been reposts. No original posts for this recently released author since April of last year. 1039 is a news article. This is the 1039 drop that her timestamp of her tweet takes us to. Is a news article from Proven Lying New York Times trying to discredit truth-dropping Q by grouping many of the false anons. And these false anons, by the way, are the people that have told you that Trump's coming back at the end of the month, or Trump's coming back here or there, and they're telling you, they're pretending like they know what the hell they're talking about. Those are the false anons that have created a great amount of discouragement in this movement, because they tell you what is going to happen, and you get excited about what is going to happen, and guess what? It doesn't happen. And you get discouraged, and you get discouraged again, and you get discouraged again. So the false anons, they group them in with Q, and they call it QAnon. Well, we know there's just Q, and then there are the anons, like myself, who, look at a drop like this and go and dig and find out what it's all about. Huma knows Q well, and Todd Gitominski and I have shown numerous tweets from her and HRC Clinton timestamped to damning drops about them both, proving they are not and have not been in control of their Twitter accounts. White hat controlled for the show. Okay, this is what we've been talking about on the indoctrination for years, by the way. Tower 22, drop 22, National Guard. Again, Texas and states that support Texas. Biggest drop to ever be provided. Well, let me read it to you. November 1st, 2017. Who controls the National Guard? Why was the National Guard recently activated in select cities within the U.S.? Can the National Guard work in coordination with the Marines? The answer is yes. Do conditions need to be satisfied to authorize? Yes. What former president used the military to save the republic, and what occurred exactly? Biggest drop to ever be provided on Paul, which is the 8chan, 4chan and 8chan at the time. Study and prepare. The masses tend to panic in such situations. No war, no civil unrest, clean and swift. Okay. Now, is Q with these, with Tower 22, with 3 dead, with Area 55, I'm going to take you to in a minute. These are static numbers that are going to come out. The wounded might increase, okay? But these are static numbers. And Q is telling us to study and prepare. The masses tend to panic in such situations. Q is trying to let us know not to panic. No war, no civil unrest, clean and swift. Now, was Q talking about now? We don't know. We don't know. The best we can do is understand that Q, first of all, has been able to look into the future without question. We've proven that many, many times. How many coincidences before mathematically impossible, right? So, so we know that to be true, all right? And so we know that there's something special going on, whether it be, Project Looking Glass, whether it be Yellow Cube, whether it be AI, whether, all the above, all the options. Anybody that tells you they know for sure is full of shit. Okay. Area 55. 5-5, I hear you loud and clear. Many of you dropped 5-5 for me earlier when I was asking if I was coming through loud and clear. Drop 55, which showed up in my last dive earlier today. So again, when things happen multiple times. November 2nd, 2017, this is the most famous drop. And this is the one that we've been waiting for quite some time. Look to Twitter, exactly this. My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless. We don't know who this is going to come from. Our guess is that it's going to come from Donald John Trump. So, but is this what they're trying to tell us? Okay. And here's a trader girl, by the way, that I just connected with today because she had a great drop on the NFL and everything I'm going to take you to. Huma's Twitter account posted family proud in latest post. Also in bio says loves French fries. Also multiple meanings exist. Huma means phoenix. XRP is the phoenix that will rise when the time is right. Wiener is German for wine, which given what we know about the Wiener laptop, I imagine means adrenochrome. As for adrenochrome in your Q post, it all ties together through HR and Alice Cooper's philanthropy through the Bloody Wonderland, which we in America know as the Red Cross. This is the exposure of the charities is going to be a part of all of this, and that is absolutely imperative. Now, a couple things that I'm not aware of there is Alice Cooper's philanthropy. And this is why you engage with other anons. Let me see. Now, Bloody Wonderland, we have always, Q has told us existed, was the Saudi Arabia. So yeah, I'm not finding that. So I want to dig. It's yeah, I'm not seeing that. But maybe for another day or when I connect with Trader Girl, maybe we can do a show together, Trader Girl, if you're listening. So this is one of the drops that I wanted to go to because for example, if you were listening to me on October 8th or whenever I went live with the information about Israel and Hamas, okay, and that attack, you know right away I was saying that this was a false flag. Now, people die in false flags, but it was put there in order to get people to get pissed off at the Palestinians and Hamas and call them all animals, which they've been indoctrinated to do. And so it's very important that we understand that we are able to pick out these things and understand how they're being used against humanity. Okay. I bet I could flip any of you off, and I would be willing to bet money that I would piss you off, especially if we're in traffic. Nobody would take that bet. They're like, of course you're going to piss somebody off if you flip them off like that. All right. So no one's going to take that bet. So we are robots being programmed by the Matrix. And the more we can get away from the Matrix, the more we can realize the indoctrination exists to enslave us, the freer we become. But the problem is, you and I aren't getting out of the burning building and getting as far away from it as we can. We're not doing that. We're going back in the burning building for our mother, our aunt, our father, our brother, sister, child. And we're trying to pull them out, but they're like a drowning victim. They're going to take us down with them. We got to let them be. They'll find the water and they will drink it. We cannot shove their head in it. And this has been my biggest revelation, having gone through a very difficult time in my life and having to really go inward and to understand the damaging effects of looking at this day in and day out and delving into it and diving into it and walking through the swamp. It is vexatious to our spirit. And so I began to start having talks like this. I began to do a podcast on Spotify or whatever podcast channel you use. You'll find everything at davidsnedeker.com, but I've shared a lot of these moments, and they're special, they're slow, they're methodical, they're because I'm having a conversation with you like I am now. And I'm leaving space for you to react, either verbally or in thought, or to go inward to think for yourself. Because back to what I used to do, I used to make movies. I used to make independent features. I never made it big. And I'm so grateful for that now that I know not just the things that I saw in Hollywood and experienced myself, but now seeing why it all exists, why it's there, how it's used to control. And so I've made movies, I've written scripts, and I understand how manipulative it is. Many people in the industry would send their children to this private Waldorf school that we were a part of because Waldorf didn't do media. for children. They said there are no phones. We don't want your children watching movies. We want your children because what happens, and I'll give you an example. As a child, kindergartner, a child is given a doll, a Waldorf doll, and the doll is faceless. It's soft, it's cushy. It's got two little black spots for eyes and a little one for mouth. That's it. Why? Because there was an understanding as you really research the best way to help children to absorb the world around them is to allow them to create the face. You see, these kindergartners were putting their own doll faces on those dolls in their imagination. Just that simple concept, do you understand how powerful that is? Anybody can, not anybody, but anybody with artistic talent can make the most beautiful doll you've ever seen. That is not the one that the child should have because there's nothing left for the child to do. There's nothing left for the child to create. There's nothing left for the child to make it their own other than the time that they spend with it and the conversations they have. This takes it to a next level. And so many people in the entertainment industry went to this school, sent their children to this school. Why? Because they understand how powerful, how manipulative cinema, television, commercials, music videos, music songs, how manipulative they are. So instead, let's get the children to create their own images, to draw their own images, to make their own music. It's transformative for a child. And so we understand how they use our emotions to pull us back and forth. And that's a very, very important thing to remember when something crosses your feed or your news station, like this did today with 3 Americans dead. And the people that understand this, that they must get our engagement, our buy-in, in order for them to successfully start a war. The people that get this, my friends, they're not going to be manipulated. Okay. Hawk, any thoughts on that before I move on here?
Manipulation is the key. That's their go-to. That's where they know that as long as they can manipulate you, then they control you. And if people don't start to recognize the manipulation, it's going to get a lot worse than what we're seeing right now. I mean, we already know it's going to get bad. Then that there are going to be things that are going to come up here in a very short period of time that are going to lead people to think that the sky is falling, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. When in all actuality, once you understand the movie, the script that's being played, it's like you were talking there about the NFL. These people are showing that the games are scripted. You know, what is the best way to manipulate? Bread and circuses. You know, that's the easiest way to manipulate people. It has to get turned off. If we don't turn that off, then we're never going to move forward. But falling under that manipulative pattern is where that 4 to 6% that we've heard about since the beginning of the operation is going to come, is going to come into play, because between the mainstream media, between the movies, between the radio, we're getting it from all sides, and if we're not clear about the path that we want to walk, then we're going to be stuck. We're not going to know where we're going. We're not going to know how we're going to get there, because we're trusting sources that just are so ignorant to believe that the entirety of the masses is going to follow their lead. But we're beginning to see more and more in this awakening that's going on. But there is still going to be that certain resistance that's going on. And as that resistance is going on, it's also trying to retract a little bit, enough to get those people to start getting those people that are around them that are starting to wake up, to suck them back into it. Don't go back to sleep. You're awake now. Don't do it. Don't let somebody pull you into that narrative, and it's because it's way too easy to happen. And with that, I'll shut.
The this bread and circus that you speak of, the greatest bread and circus, pretty much worldwide, with maybe the exception of the World Cup soccer, is excuse me, the Super Bowl. That is why the halftime show is so satanic, because they know they have a captive audience. And so they do this. They create these satanic images because, again, it's about manipulation. All right. Even if my daughter was in the room to watch the Super Bowl at some times, it only happened a couple times when she was a child, but she wasn't watching it anyway. But all the kids would come in for the halftime show. I wouldn't let her do the halftime show because I knew what it was. It was a satanic ceremony of initiation and sacrifice. And so knowing these things helps us to avoid them. So I was inspired to do the dive I'm going to share with you in a moment by Trader Girl Q I mentioned earlier. And it was predicted that San Francisco 49ers, who I believe just beat the Lions 34-31, 65, which is 11, versus Baltimore Ravens, but they're going to be playing the Chiefs. Now, when I saw the Ravens in that predictive programming where somebody, said that you're going to be able to watch Taylor Swift and Reba McEntire or whoever the halftime performers are, I can't remember. Post Malone is who was, not Taylor Swift. Post Malone and so who I can't remember the other one, but the when I saw that it was 49ers Ravens, I was like, no, that's not going to happen, because I know that first of all, that the NFL is scripted. Okay. I was an athlete. I played professional basketball, and when it wasn't, but it was in the NBA. Usher, thank you, June. Good to see you. And so it's I knew that that they were going to put the Chiefs in, even if they weren't deserving or what have you, just because of Taylor Swift and Kelsey. And Kelsey is the Pfizer spokesperson, as is Taylor Swift, as well as the anyone but Trump narrative as well that they've got Taylor Swift dialed into. Important note, George Soros owns Taylor Swift's catalog. Okay. So maybe she's making a deal. Well, at any rate, people were talking about an event, February 11th, 2024, as a possible Black Swan event because it's the Super Bowl. Doomsday Movie 2012, released November 13th, 09, exactly 170 months from Super Bowl. What is that, 28? Q equals 17, well, 170 months, right? Doomsday Clock, 90 seconds to midnight. A Dark Night to Remember. These are all things from that movie. Matthew Perry, Matman, died October 28th, 107 days from the Super Bowl, February 11th. By the way, somebody shared with me that this is the 107th year. And I said, well, what do you mean it's 107th year, which is 17, which is Q? And she said that it's 107 years from Fatima, when Mary appeared to the children of Fatima. Dark Knight Rises, released July 20th, 2012, 11 years, 6 months, 9/11, before Super Bowl, or 4,224 days. Q post 4224, Public Arena. So we see numbers like that, and we go into the drops. Trump called himself Batman. Trump quoted Bain in his inauguration speech, "I am giving power back to you, the people." He said that, remember, with the military behind him, which was unprecedented. Dark Knight Rises, Bain blows up the tunnels at the football stadium. We've been hearing a lot about tunnels, haven't we? Guys in Gaza, in New York, in New York City, okay, at a synagogue that's connected to a children's museum. What the fuck? Super Bowl. What is that? 58? Yeah, 58. I'm sorry. They will expose trafficking from Allegiant Stadium tunnels to the Palms Casino in Las Vegas. Now, Allegiant, correct me if I'm wrong. This is in Arizona, yeah? Isn't the, or is it in Vegas? The Super Bowl.
That's in Vegas.
Okay, Allegiant's in Vegas. Okay. By the way, they've got tunnels that go that far. Don't be surprised. So it's definitely. Stacy, thank you very much for your donation. Greatly appreciated. And folks, if you all of my content is and has always been free. As Hawks. But if you would like to donate, you may do so. This is Hawks Cash App at $Hawk Marsden, at Hawk, or $Hawk Marsden. And this one is mine. Any of these. And also the information's at davidsnedeker.com. This is greatly appreciated, my friends. Trust me, it's This is not. This is not a way to get rich. It's not a way to make a lot of money, and we don't. And it's a long haul. It's quite the marathon. So, Robin, Joseph Gordon Levitt, also played Snowden. Sleeper programs placed into dams, hospitals, bridges, power grids. So, if a country is no longer an ally, it would be lights out. Sleeper programs, Sandman Hotel explosion, January 8th, done in 30. Nevada caucus, February 8th, a week to remember. Super Bowl, rematch, Blackout Bowl. What that is, that was 47. Rematch, Blackout Bowl, 34 minutes. Remember that? Blackout necessary. Okay. The drop that I finished with last night was a when is the 10 days of darkness shutdown? And we were talking, is the internet shut down? Is it the border shut down? It's time to take our country back. EBS system, Q post 34, 34 minutes blackout. San Francisco 49ers versus Baltimore Ravens, which is now the Kansas City Chiefs. February 3rd. Okay, that's not applicable. Super Bowl Puppy Show, the Puppy Bowl, which Q has alluded to in their drops. The fun begins directly after. Baltimore Ravens, it's not applicable. Slow drip, flood. Looking forward to that flood, Mr. President. That's the flood of information that is, we're already seeing this, right? We're already seeing this. American Professional Football Association started with 10 teams in 1920. Barron Trump, born March 20th, 2006, 17 years, 10 months from Super Bowl 24. V for Vendetta, released March 17th, 17 years, 10 months, 10 Days of Darkness. Trump divorced, numerology, trust the plan. Take a screenshot of this if you want. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. But Roman Coliseum, Gladiator Games, Modern Football Stadium, that was the bread and circus that we discussed. Okay. Stock market dive, 666. Melania Trump marriage, 666 days from February 11th. Shall we play a game again? Hunger Games, released March 23rd, 11 years, 10 months from February 11th. So you can see a lot of connections here, right? Welcome to the Hunger Games. May the games be ever in your favor. The old Roman stadium, the new stadium, the connections within the dates. This was the blackout of that other channel, which was the 34 minutes of blackout. And these are some of the drops that are mentioned: the slow drip to the flood, the puppy show. So you can dive into this. It's not my work, right? It's this this woman's work. Okay, so please go and tell her you found her from me, and give her a follow. She's doing some really interesting work there. So I can't speak directly to it. Like, I feel very uncomfortable going over somebody else's work. It's almost like if I was trying to critique a movie that she directed, and I was, trying to tell you what she means with this particular scene. And chances are it couldn't be any more wrong, because she has another intention for that. So I don't like to do other people's work, but I just wanted to introduce you to her and see what you think of her. And like I said, get on X, folks. This is the new digital battleground. Facebook kicked me off. YouTube kicked me off. The only reason we're on YouTube and Facebook right now is because Hawk has shared his channel and his ability to stream to those platforms with me. And he was instrumental in bringing me back to you and making it easy for me to come back to you, having been away for as long as I have. So the Super Bowl, or as the Satanists like to call it, Superb Owl, in honor of their deity, Moloch, represented by the owl. The game in pro sports is being revealed as fake and scripted as professional wrestling. See the current news, eyes on Vince McMahon, as I've told you the story of having met him and worked with the WWF for one day. They tried to screw me over, and I wasn't having it, but it was a great experience. But, why is that information coming out right now? Fake wrestling? People are talking about fake NFL. We've already heard stories of fake NBA. And it's not that it's fake, it's real. It's guys playing, they're playing hard, but the thing is that they know they can manipulate it enough that they can make a lot more money by betting on the games, a lot of money, and they can also direct the outcome to cause more excitement in the league. Okay. Drop 666 ties in with perceived satanic numerology. The actual satanic number is 616. Drop below. Dig on that fact. In other words, it's the satanic number is actually 616. The memo, and I'll read this: 666, February 5th, which is going to be a Delta coming up. 2018. Why did the memo drop a Friday and before the Super Bowl? This is why I brought this up, is because it's talking about the Super Bowl. Did this seem strange to you? Now, the memo they're talking about is Devin Nunes, the FISA release on February 2nd, 2018. It was a Friday. FISA brings down the House, mentioned 4 times in Q drops, referring to the spying of Obama and team on Donald John Trump by using the FISA court, which John Roberts was in charge of, and of hiring those judges illegally. It was done illegally. Election interference going back to 2016, treason. So let me continue. Watch the news. Rothschilds, estate sale, Black Forest, stock market dive, 666, coincidence. Soros, this was back in February 5th. Soros, transfer of wealth, dope be freed, marriage for power, not love, Hilton, Roth, Soros, Clinton, etc. News unlocks map, think mirror. Which team? They don't know. Apache. These people are evil. Still don't believe you're a sheep to them. 2020 coming. Public is vital. Release of info vital. Outrage justice. Can we simply arrest the opposition without first exposing the truth? Follow the light. Let me tell you a little bit about this. Rothschild estate sale, the Black Forest, is where these demonic world leaders hunted children that they had kidnapped and released into the forest to go hunt them. Folks, even the awake, the most awake of us, when we realize the level of depravity and the level of horror and the level of absolute terror that these people or these beings committed against innocent little babies and children and toddlers. We're we're going to have a tough time sleeping, because I know I have, and I know Hawk has, and I know many of you have. Do you realize how it's going to affect us when it's finally released and finally known for a fact beyond a reasonable doubt? How are we going to be affected? What do you think the normies are going to do? Their heads are going to explode. This and Soros's transfer of wealth, all due to Trump's executive order 13818. And that's the executive order that will take away assets from the anybody found guilty of crimes against humanity. My friends, you've heard a lot of people talk about Executive Order 13818. We covered it live when it was happening. We were talking about this. Here it comes. Look at what's going on. Look what's going on. Now, we also thought this has got to happen before now. But the more you dig and the more you realize how much has to be exposed, dig the rest for yourselves of this drop. Ending with, can we simply arrest the opposition without exposing the truth? And then I add, this must be asked by us all in order to understand the show. And I'm going to ask you, one-on-one here, can we simply arrest the opposition without exposing the truth? If we, meaning exposing the truth has to happen. But the real truth, Q has said, would put, countless people, 99% of the population in a hospital. So they've got to drip, and then flood. Okay, all drips eventually lead to a flood.
And the drips are to build your strength. That's the thing. It's like you doing your basketball thing. You start them with a certain level of exercise, and then you increase that exercise, and then you get them to the point where they're playing 4 hours a day for a 2-hour, game at the end of the week. But they're putting in 4 hours every day. I don't know if that analogy kind of makes up for what I'm trying to describe here.
Yeah, no,
but these drips are to build you up, strengthen you.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I was going to show this last night, but let me get through the drops, but I'll share the basketball story. But so they have to, and they can't tell people the truth. They must show them. And we know that to be true because we've all tried it. And Q has said that multiple times. You can't tell the people the truth. You must show them. This is the show. And then Q went on to say, enjoy the show 100 times. Okay. So, and follow the light. Okay. Follow the light is also following beauty, following joy, following your child, spending time with your family, doing special things together. That's following the light. Q doesn't want us getting bogged down too much in this. We understand we have to get engaged, we have to get involved. But if you don't balance that with joy and happiness and love, first of all, you're going to be off balance, and that's a fact. And Eckhart Tolle talks about the pain body and how we have to notice how our body wants the negative, wants the horror, wants the sadness, wants the heartbreak. We have to understand that. And when we understand that most of that comes from the heartbreak we experienced as children, and we feel more comfortable with the thing that we are familiar with. You've heard the saying, somebody prefers the devil they know versus the angel they don't. And that's because they're feeding that pain body that was created when they were a child. And it's very intriguing and very it's going down another hole here, but please understand that one, you want to be in balance, so follow the light, but also if your friends that are not awake see you living a life of anger and misery and disappointment and discouragement, what is the draw for them to join you? We, as awake patriots, must live our best life we can. Enjoy and happiness and uplift another. Take care of ourselves. That's a big part of this that we're missing. I think that's the biggest thing that's missing from the final climax of the Great Awakening. I think it is that we aren't walking in the frequency of the radio station that is playing the beautiful music we want to hear. We have to dial into that frequency. We have to understand that we are electrical beings and we can manifest things beyond our wildest imaginations. But as we walk down this dark path and we absorb all this dark energy, we have to understand the frequency that and the vibration that we're resonating at is quite low. And it's definitely lower than the one we want to be at. And so manifestation is the same thing as I taught a young boy to manifest, to see his shot go in before he shoots it. See it go in, see it go in, see it go in. And what you're doing is you're building that neuro pathway, like Koch was talking about the drip, drip, drip. You're building that neuro pathway until it's so smooth that you can't even look at the rim anymore without seeing a swish from wherever you're at on the court. And so then he shoots. And you know what the odds are of it swishing? Pretty damn good. A lot better, and this is scientifically proven, had that individual not seen that happen before he did it. That is a scientific fact. How much time are you spending opening your door, letting your daughter or granddaughter run out to the yard, pick her bike up off the yard, and wave goodbye as she rides her bike to school. Because that is the future that I see. Because there aren't going to be any pedophiles out on the road to worry about. There aren't going to be any child traffickers. No one's going to steal her bike. Okay. This is the new earth that we're stepping into, but we have to see it before we do it. We have to understand that image and images like that, we need to create our own. Maybe it's sitting down and having coffee and laughing with the person that you love so much but have been estranged from for so many years. The more you focus on the things that divide us and focus on the issues that did, the less opportunity you're going to have to find a new experience with that person or an old experience that you want to recreate. So, I've been following these drops for 6 years. And if you ask anybody about my shows, they will tell you that even though we get into some hard stuff, they're uplifting. And I've got to say that I'm grateful to Q for a lot of that, because for the first time in my life, after railing against the Clintons and the body count back when they were in Arkansas still, I said the other night, if the Clinton body count was a person, when they were in Arkansas, it was just a toddler in diapers. It's grown significantly since then. And so I was railing about this. So when I come across Q and Q says, "Oh, Hillary's going to be arrested," I haven't faulted Q for that post once. First of all, because I think she's been taken out, but that's all speculation. But I haven't faulted once because that started a revolution, because people like me that were aware of the Clintons and were having such a difficult time even having a conversation at a party with somebody about the Clintons and about the reality surrounding them. It was so refreshing to see that drop. And so this has made me feel like there was somebody on my side that had the knowledge and had the information and had the power to actually do something about it. And I felt emboldened by Q. I felt supported by Q. I felt like there was things in the works and had been in the works for quite some time. And I will say that I was given many, 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 many comms that told me that they were the real deal. Too many to count. Okay. So drop 666, or the 666 number was a signal to POTUS. They control the market. Signal, threat, welcome to the global war. So this is how they work. They would send messages. See, the deep state would send codes. The deep state would send 666s. The deep state would shoot up a school and come out with numbers. Yeah, 13 injured, 22 dead, and use all these numerological strong numbers. Skull and Bones uses numbers, 322, and which was, by the way, on that last drop, one of my followers on Twitter, which I don't like that word, but that's what they call them. They should just call them, friends. I don't know, because a lot of you become friends, but said that the 322, right? The three who are dead in the 22 tower. That's 322. That's a message from the cabal. But here's the thing. If I thought the cabal was in charge of that, I would agree. But I don't think they were. Right? And so I think they're using the same tactics. And I know they're using the same tactics as the cabal. 616 is the actual number of the beast, mark of the beast in the Hebrew Bible. At Jack, this is from an anonymous. Q was at the time, early on, was posting it anonymous, but by 2018 was posting as Q. So this came from an anon. Jack ain't in cuffs yet and still trying to control the narrative. Too bad he was taking money and profiting from people tied to the executive order. Goodbye at Jack. So this is referencing the executive order that I was just talking about that was dropped February 5th, 2018. Okay. Think executive order. Which one was that? Actually, it was in the other dive, wasn't it? Yeah, it wasn't even on this, even though it talks about Hilton and Roth and Soros and Clinton. But the Soros transfer of wealth is in here, and that is about the executive order, right? And so here that was a whole different drop. This is January 27th of that year, a whole different number, and they're talking about the same thing. Okay, Nat Jack is obviously Jack Dorsey of Twitter, and he was taking money and profiting from people who are that executive order that's going to take away all your assets for crimes against humanity. Goodbye at Jack. That's an anon saying that. Q comes back and says this came from outside of Twitter. And basically saying that, this is somebody that is, well aware of what Jack's doing outside of Twitter as well, and where some of these comms are coming from. And Q said submission complete, meaning Jack had to submit to the White Hats because of his crimes against humanity and taking money from these people. Folks, this is what this is all about. Okay, so very, very important stuff to take into account here, and to understand. Also, 616 was one of many comms letting us know that Q and the White Hats had control of Twitter once Al Walid and at Jack were taken care of and shares controlled, as well as Saudi Arabia, one side of the triangle. The other two mentioned in the above drops, Roths and Soros, Rothschilds and Soros, also see Resv Traverse Management, which owned Twitter as well, and also created and owned Real ID. And I did a post on that last week on Resv Traverse Management because Q mentions them twice in the drops, and I was taken to one of those. Okay. Also, the date of February 5th, deltas are important. Okay. Moving on to the blue numbers, so you could dig on that yourself. Moving on to the blue numbers on the drops, which are almost always fire in the relation to the original drops in current events, start with 2755. And that takes us to What? Look at the picture of the map. You know those the red that are sending the National Guards and are standing behind Texas. Well, look at this. It's very simple. Without the illegal votes, the Democrats lose, and we that just became news. Well, we've known it for quite some time, but it hit the mainstream news today. That's what this is all about. It's previous illegal immigration, high population versus Democrats win by county provided. Example two. So they're showing us a legend of all where they're doing all this. Why do Dems push for illegals to obtain a driver's license? Does having a driver's license make it easier to vote? What states provide driver's license to illegals? What checks are in place within each of the DL granted states to prevent 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times voting? Compare versus 2016 presidential election results. What do you notice? Do you believe in coincidence? Memes are important. Facts matter. And then this is the real Republican versus Democrat uh, votes here. And Trump won. And that's all now coming out. And we're experiencing the realization of the things that are also what came out was that they're changing the voting laws in New York and in other states. Mike Johnson was just talking to Ralph Nader about this, and they're passing laws that allow illegals to vote. That's what this is all about. That was the mainstream that it hit. Number 72. I will do more on this with a live show later today. Well, that's now, Dave. Are you going to really do more on this? We'll see. But look at the families just mentioned, and primarily Trump Q taking out the corrupt House of Saud with Mohammed bin Salman. U.S. secondary happening now, Asia EU. So this is 72 that was in the blue of the. Let me show you that for you noobs. Here's 27, 55, 44. Okay. So I'll go into 2755, which I already did. I'll go into 27, 55, and 44. Sometimes we'll mirror the numbers because Q says think mirror. So let me take you back to where we went from that. And so this is 72. That's one of those two numbers. Wait. Go back to the post about the families that run everything and Trump taking one out. Was one of them the Saudi family? Seriously? Because that makes this a happening. I remember the phrasing not making sense. I was like, oh, does he mean that DT took out the Clintons? But the Clintons were on the list as remaining, so I didn't know who was taken out. Q says, very smart, Anon. Disinformation is real. Distractions are necessary. Saudi Arabia is the primary. U.S. is secondary. Asia and EU. Alice in Wonderland. Now, so Saudi Arabia was done. That's taken out. They and I talked about that earlier. Okay. U.S. is secondary. So that means what's happening in the U.S. right now is a part of this. Okay. If it already hasn't happened in terms of just setting up the show, because right now we're seeing the show. So I believe the U.S. has already happened. I also believe Asia and EU have already happened. But they're playing it out because this is the way they know from the, all the predictive programming models that they've done moving forward, or the yellow cube, etc. Okay. It's they know what's going to happen, and they've proven that many, many times. All right. And Alice and Wonderland. Wonderland is Saudi Arabia. Also, the Bloody Wonderland is Saudi Arabia. Okay. And Alice has been represented as both Hillary, and Hillary was in bed with Saudi Arabia and the human trafficking, and with Clinton administration. Okay. Or I'm sorry, the Clinton Foundation. And also Alice, we know, is a supercomputer as well that we believe may be in Saudi Arabia. So that's where we go with 72. Then 27, think mirror, but also part of the original breakdown, because remember, it's 2755. Not everything can be publicly disclosed because so much ties back to foreign heads of state. Much will be revealed. We want transparency, but not at a cost we can't recover from. So Q is telling us that, yes, we're going to be transparent. We're going to let you know what's going on, but not everything can be publicly disclosed. And I know that your ego is going to say, "Well, I want to know. I want to know." Well, no, you don't. And by the way, what makes you think you should? We haven't done really well with information in the past. Okay. We haven't made good decisions. We've allowed our emotions to take over. We've allowed our emotions to send our children off to war. We've allowed our emotions to put a mask on, or to take a jab, or to jab our children. Folks, you can't say, "Oh yeah, the jab. I'm not, I'm not down with a COVID jab. Oh, but let me get that MMR for my child." We've been lied to about all of that. About all of that. The last two numbers are 44 and 55. 44, let me go to that. Before POTUS departs on Friday, he will be sending an important message via Twitter. God bless. Now, this is why we think it's going to be POTUS, Trump, because he'll be sending an important message via Twitter. God bless. And then look to Twitter, exactly this: my fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless. That's just 11 drops later. Okay. Now, also from February 5th, 2018 to February 11th, 2024, by the way, the February 5th were a lot of these drops, not that one, but some of the deltas that we looked at. That's 2,200 days. 2 equals 1 plus 1. And so that's 11, 11 right there. 2, 11, 24, 1 plus 1 here is, 1, 11, and then 11, 11. Or 6 years, 9 days, 72 months, 9 days. Tesla was big on the 369. So that was kind of the little drop that I did today. And if, nothing else happened, then just looking at that, okay, is that it just, gives me a heads up and tells me that maybe this military operation that just happened today, killing 3 people, supposedly, we don't know for sure, but maybe that's being put there for a reason, and that maybe I should look at it objectively. And I'm not suggesting I'm right, by the way. I'm just suggesting that I want to look at it differently. And I want us to look at it differently so that we don't get caught up in the emotion. Because if we get caught up in the emotion, we're either in our amygdala, or fight or flight, or we're in our right brain, emotional. But either one of those, we're not in our left brain, analytical, logical thought. And so we're not thinking clearly. And they know that, and that's why they stir up our emotions. Okay. That's why this is so important. Okay. So this is, I took you here last night. This was the Ingersoll Lockwood website. I'm not going to get into that too much tonight, but you can go, I'll show you a few things, but this is a letter from Abbott to Biden, or to the the executive branch, um, and I believe it was to Congress as well. Okay, and throwing Biden under the bus for the Texas failure and all of that. Okay, um, and that they're actually breaking the law. And if they try to stop Abbott from doing what he's doing, that they absolutely are breaking the law. And so it puts this situation that is happening in Texas. It puts the National Guard of Texas in the right against these the feds, and that's a very important distinction when you're looking at all this. Okay. Um, hey, just a little something here. This was sent to me from my manager and my friend at Providence College, and and this is what I was going to share last night because it was sent to me yesterday. Um, so this is been was posted by the Big East office. I left the University of Iowa after 2 years trying to make it work. I went to play for Lute Olson, and he left and went to Arizona, and George Raveling came in, and I did not like my experience there with him. But I tried to make it work for 2 years. But I ended up leaving everything I loved at Iowa and transferring to go play for Rick Pitino at Providence. And my host at Providence was this man with the ball right here. His name's Billy Donovan. He's now the head coach of the Chicago Bulls and a dear friend. Um, and this is we were playing Georgetown. Um, and now that we know what we know about Georgetown, a lot of the bad, shady characters come out of Georgetown that are in the swamp. But we're playing Georgetown, and we didn't like them either. They were the swamp. It was like an all black team, like not even a chance for Whitey to have a shot on that team. And it was John Thompson who I felt was a racist with my interactions with him. But a good coach is certainly. But at any rate, he was also um, a graduate of Providence College. So this is Billy Donovan. We are down. I believe we're down 1 point here to the Georgetown Hoyas, and we have the ball down the stretch, and we are in white. We wear all black when we're away. We're all black, and including our sneakers. We were the first college team, I think, to wear black sneakers in the '80s, and they called us Cinderella in Black because and right now Georgetown is number 3 in the nation. We are not ranked, I don't believe, or we're 20th.
On their feet at the Providence Civic Center. There's the time remaining in the right-hand corner.
4 corners. They've got to be careful. The 5-second count now. Closely guarded 5 seconds. Will be a turnover. Give the ball to the defense.
Donovan with 10. Kipper with 9. Donovan with the ball with 6. With 5. Right side. Pop Lewis. 1 second remaining. Pop Lewis hits the field goal. He hit his last 3 in a row.
And I think it's a three-pointer. Three-pointer. They just gave the sign.
So that was a huge win. It was one of the biggest wins in Providence College history, and I was not on the court, unfortunately, during that time for that play, or a lot of plays for that matter. But there's yours truly right there, coming off the bench right here, number 32. There's Daryl Wright, Jacek Duda, Steve Wright, the 2 starting centers, and the gentleman who hit this shot, his name is Pop Lewis. Rest his soul. He's now deceased, but he was just a gentle man and a great player. And so Billy the Kid, they called Billy Donovan back in the day. By the way, folks, that's excuse me, that's an example of following the light. And by the way, I don't bring that up to brag. Okay, I was on the bench. So trust me, if I was bragging, I'd pick something else. Okay. All right. Dina, nice, Dave. Did you like playing under Lute Olson? You know, Dina, my biggest regret is I never got a chance to play under him. I was recruited by him. I signed under him in the fall of my senior year in high school. It was the first year for the early signing period. And then I was playing for the USA team over in Germany in the spring of my senior year. And I literally read in the Stars and Stripes newspaper that Lute Olson had left Iowa and was being replaced with George Raveling. I called the office, and Lute Olson had already left. And I never talked to him to this day, and now he's dead. Really tragic part of my life, and at a time when I was really looking for a father figure at the time, and he presented that, and he just kind of left. And I kind of regret never having had a conversation with him, but his deal was he was leaving a 9-year contract, and he wasn't allowed to contact us because they didn't want us going with him because we had a really good recruiting class that year. So we had to play for George Raveling. George Raveling, you may have heard, he was the guy who introduced Michael Jordan to Nike, and was the originator of Air Jordan. He was, but as a coach, I did not like playing for him at all. So yeah, no, he was a great. He left Arizona. His wife didn't like the cold weather in Iowa, and so she wanted to go to Arizona. And when he went down to Arizona, Arizona didn't even have a basketball program. Like they had one, but they were always the basement of the Pac-10. And he really took them to the next level. And thank you, Dina. So that's part of the light, folks, is just finding moments like that where we can enjoy and just kind of a story time. I guess we stepped into story time with Uncle Dave there, Hawk, for a minute. But I want to pass the baton to you, brother, for a few minutes because you've really been, had to not be able to communicate what you've been wanted to communicate because you've been shut down by this ridiculous internet company. Are you there? I just added you to the stage.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. I'm here right now. Yeah. The hotspot works, but it's if I move the phone an inch this way or an inch that way, it's gone. Oh Lord!
Are you standing on one foot with your hand in the air? Try that.
No, I'm almost to that point. Listen, I was okay. Some houses in the 70s and the 80s had a dial next to where TV was, and you turn, and the antenna outside would turn. Okay. Well, yep. I was the automated turner. Okay. I had to go up, climb the ladder, and spin it. Somebody yelled, "That's it." Okay. It's standing out there, not moving.
That's funny. So
you hear the puppies?
Yeah.
They're going
sweet
crazy
puppies, man.
That's why I've been keeping myself muted. Yeah. So
well, speaking of light, what's better than a few puppies, man, to bring the light.
I told you guys this. I told you this earlier. So I got a story to tell you guys, okay? And this is true, it's factual, okay? And it's gonna blow your mind, okay? When I moved out of my fifth wheel, there were some items left in the upper cabinet of my fifth wheel that I was never going down because the dogs couldn't get into them. Okay. Homeless people decided to bag up those items and throw them aside.
Now hold on. These were homeless people that you brought in. You let them use your fifth wheel, and you gave them shelter.
And his girlfriend.
Yep. What's that?
And so they took the items out, and one of them was rat poison. And so I lost a couple of pups this week because of it. Okay. Now, this is the thing, you know, the little female that I had. Okay. Well, 2 days ago, she died. Okay.
This is the little white pearl that Hawk has.
Pearl Rose is her name. Okay. Yeah. And I buried her. And I came in and I was really upset, and I just went ahead, turned off the lights and everything, and I went to bed. I woke up the next morning, and he's hear me out now. Don't get off. Hang on 1 second. So I buried her 1.5 feet in the ground. Okay, don't getting all upset yet. Okay, because this story goes on. Okay.
So he buried her. How deep did you bury her?
2.5 feet.
2.5 feet in the ground. You buried her. Yep. She was stiff. She was
and the other dog,
rigor mortis.
Completely rigor mortis head to toe. Okay. The next morning, and she was laying on the dog bed next to my bed, looking up at me. This is no joke, people. Okay. I was like, and she's completely covered with dirt, totally alive. Okay. So I get up, I give her some water. She drinks a little bit of water. And I had a couple of cans of dog food, gave her a couple of scoops of the canned dog food. Okay.
So this isn't a dream. She was actually there.
She was there. She's here right now. Okay. She's here right now. Okay.
Yeah.
If I turn on my camera, you guys will see her laying in the background. Okay. Now, this is what happened. Okay. So this is at 6:30 in the morning that I roll over, open my eyes, and she's there. Alive. Okay. Comes, I'm looking around.
Yeah, dude, you're breaking up pretty badly. This is shitty because it's such a great story.
Yeah, is it working now?
Go ahead, try it.
Okay, so this is what happened. Okay, 2:00 comes around, and I'm looking for her. Give me 1 second. Shut the fuck up. Get out. Get out. Get out. No, get out. I said get out. Okay. So 2:00 comes. Okay. I go outside. I'm looking for Pearl. I can't find her. So I walk over to the gate. Okay. We're to the cemetery. And she's over there laying out that I buried her. Stiff as a board, not breathing, tongue hanging out, eyes sunken. Give me 1 second. I told you to get out. And I'm here. Okay, sorry. Stiff as a board, deader than a doorknob. So I dug out the hole again. I put her back in the hole. Said my goodbyes for a second time and buried her. Okay. Came inside, got dinner ready, and they came out with you while cooking dinner. Okay. And then about halfway through last night's programming, I had to go. So I took a porta-john and I walked back in, and behold, she was laying underneath my flipping chair, looking right at me. Okay. God's honest truth. Okay. And today she's only about 5 feet away from me. Okay.
Can you turn your camera on?
Going on. Yeah, but I don't know if the I gotta hit that. Give me 1 second here.
I mean, this is unbelievable.
It takes a second for it to look.
Twice you buried that dog.
Two different times.
And both times she was dead.
Oh, I'm buried her over here right now, and you'll see she's still covered with dirt. I won't clean her up because I don't want her going getting back in the dirt.
This is unbelievable, dude. Yeah, it's hard to see, but hard to hear, hard to see. But what an amazing story! Like, what the hell? Yeah, Jody says Twilight Zone. So it's a Twilight Zone episode. There she is.
Yeah.
Hey, how do I make you bigger? How do I make you bigger?
The box all the way over on the left.
Start talking.
Nope. It was the other one. Yeah, here I can do that. Hang on.
There we go. Look at her.
And
look at Pearl.
She's still covered in dirt.
Hey, Pearl. What's up, girl? Pearl, would you mind telling us what you saw, what you went through, how the hell you crawled out of that dirt? What happened to you? That's crazy.
I don't know, but I know that God's been really good to me in the last couple of days because no, and I have not. That was said to me quite a few times last night. You know what? I'm not going to it, okay, because this right here is a blessing, and nothing. Wow, I'm telling you, it's amazing. It's amazing. And I'm blessed. Totally blessed.
Right.
Let me go lay her back down though.
Yeah. See you, Pearl. Susan says grounding, detoxing. I like that. Yeah. So Hawk's Miracle Baby. Right? Karen says epilepsy, maybe. But really incredible.
So out of the 9 pups, 5 of them into that stuff that was dumped out there, and only 1 survived out of them. So when they figured out what it was, they messaged me and said, "Oh no, it was rat poison," and that should have, honestly, should not have survived. Absolutely should not have survived. But I'm still blessed that she had. So, but then I have a second one to tell you about, Dave.
What?
And I did see about this because I know that
the
you and I have
dream.
talked about this. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
so
it's a good
with you
segue
guys.
to go into the financial, by the way. Good segue.
Okay, so I went to bed. Okay. Now I have a rollaway bed right here that I just unfold and put out right here, and there goes on there. desk here when I had.
Hey, dude, I don't
So
think
I
we're
went
going to
to
be able to do story time with Hawk tonight. It's just horrible.
what's up? Is it? See if
Go
I can
ahead.
get a better. Okay.
Yeah,
About
it's
that.
still.
Is it working? I'll okay. Like this. I'll hold it like
Yeah,
this.
no, it's still in and out. We'll keep this going, bud, because we got to get. This is a big week.
Yeah. But you can always tell them the dream.
Basically, your friends. You had a dream, and then you had a dream within a dream that
Correct.
your friends called and woke you up from the dream that you were having in your dream.
Correct.
And when they called you, two women, correct?
No, Miss Mindersuit and her husband.
Okay. And you could see them in the truck when they called. You could see them talking to you.
Correct.
And they said that they had Iraqi dinar, and that wait a minute, I'm missing.
They just left Western Union.
They just left Western Union, and they got how much?
60,000 for a 25,000 dinar.
$60,000 for a $25,000 dinar.
Correct.
And then and so, but it was very vivid, and you don't normally have vivid dreams.
No, not this clear. Usually things are foggy.
Now, folks, this isn't just one dream that Hawk has had that it's like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Okay. The setup to this is he's had many prophetic dreams. And so this particular one was that they traded their Iraqi dinar. Now we're hearing some people are saying that as early as Monday, tomorrow, that you're going to be able to exchange Iraqi dinar. Now the guy that's said that today, I haven't been able to get confirmation of his source, and people have been saying this a long time, but I put more stock in Hawk's dream than I do anybody else, quite frankly. And so
there was no date with me seeing them call me. There was like no date in that. The guy that we saw on Twitter today, he actually was like tomorrow.
Yeah.
And that's, to me, that's kind of not cool, because these people are going to run down to the foreign exchange thinking that they're going to be able to change in their dinar, and it could be weeks away, but normally when I dream that clear, then it's within a shorter period of time. Within a couple of weeks, it would happen.
Yeah, you're coming through loud and clear. So
I'm going to turn off my camera, because that should drop it back. But
yeah. We forgot about the damn cameras getting in the way, probably.
Yeah, it uses a lot of signal. So, but the thing that I didn't like was when you said to him, can you point me where you saw this? Where the U.S. Treasury made that statement, and it was like, dude, do your own research.
Yes.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
He's been coming and getting information off of your Twitter in order to make his statements. He couldn't just say, hey, well, this is where I saw that. You can, check out this source, but then maybe find another source that could corroborate it.
Well,
that would
you know what?
that would
You know what happened? Is it wasn't him, I don't think, that got back to me and said that. It was somebody else.
Oh, was that okay? I thought it
Yeah,
was the person who posted that.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
but
so, but I'm
but
looking
you
for
saw
him
that
to
I
see.
responded to you, right? I was like, Dave, if this is true, then my dream is like
Yeah,
100%
yeah,
accurate.
exactly, exactly. So I'm looking for him to see if he ever did get back to me on that. But at any rate,
And
so why don't you
and
continue
personally,
with the dream,
you know,
and that's pretty much it, right?
so yeah, and listen, I don't have a problem with somebody telling me, hey, do your own research, you know. Um, But if you're going to tell somebody that, just be respectful about how you do it. Just say, hey, listen,
Yeah,
I spent a lot of time looking for this. I'm giving you the keys. All you have to do is figure out which car it is, and get it started and drive off. You know,
right.
yeah, you don't have to be rude about it, but we're the kind of people who like to research together. You know, and there's nothing wrong with that either. However, we do try to point people in the right direction to begin their search, so that we know that you're going to come up fruitful. You may not be happy with everything you see, but we know that you're going to come up fruitful.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I think this has been a long time coming, and it's inevitable. We don't know the day or time, but we do feel that it's inevitable because there's no other way to go. The other way to go is permanent human enslavement. And I'm sorry, but that's not an option.
Yeah, it's not cost effective. It's really not.
No, no, not at all. Um, Beautiful moon out tonight, by the way. I've got a couple windows in my studio and I'm looking at the moon, and it's just, follow the light, my friends, unless you're Pearl. And in that case, go away from the light, Pearl, and keep coming back to Hawk.
Yep,
But follow the light.
Just keep coming back to the office.
Um,
Just keep coming back to the office,
so
baby. Keep coming back to the office.
so this financial model that they have us locked into of this enslavement, people need to understand that as we are freeing our minds, we are absolutely going to be freeing our wallets. That's the main thing. Are you telling me, folks, that we're gonna be wide awake about adrenochrome and human trafficking, but we're not going to be awake to the fact that we've been enslaved by our masters?
And that's a
Um,
huge one. That's not
that's
a little thought there, Dave. That's huge.
Yeah,
It's that people don't realize that they've been slaves this whole time. There's nobody alive today on this planet that knows what true freedom really is.
no way.
Because you got to have permission to get married. You got to, when you're in school, you got to have permission to go take a leak. You've got to have permission in order to drive your automobile. You got to have permission to turn your lights on and turn your lights off, or have power, completely. Everything all the way down the line. You have to be permitted. You have to be, in order to build on your home, you have to be permitted. You need permission.
Yeah, yeah,
This is going to come to an end.
yeah. So here's the USDebtClock.org, which has been giving us these secret windows, and really telling a story. Okay. So I want to show you all this particular old money versus new money. The old money is the perpetual debt creation under the Federal Reserve System. Now, if you've been following me or you've been following, most, one of the early awakenings was realizing that the Federal Reserve is not a government agency; it's a private bank, and the government agency that allowed this to happen was the U.S. Congress, led by Nelson Aldrich, who was a Roosevelt, and he was a player in the cabal and represented the Morgans, J.P. Morgan, and at Jekyll Island. And they voted on it a couple days before Christmas, when most of the people were back home for Christmas to spend with their families and their friends in their home state. And back then, it wasn't easy to get there. So you had to get started a couple days early on the train, right? Or on the carriage. And, it took you a while. And so there was a small group that signed this bill, that passed this bill, the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. And Woodrow Wilson, this man here with the round glasses, was the man who signed that bill into law as president. And he regretted it when he was leaving. He knew that he handed over our country to private bankers at the time. Not federal note, no reserves, because they call it the Federal Reserve, but there are no reserves. There's no gold to back this. There's no silver to back this. Legal plunder. United States Federal Usury System, the United Racketeers, International Money Changers, Thomas X 100 IOUs. That's all it is. It's an IOU that's not worth shit. Currency, $100 deflating, bond debt, wealth transfer to the 1%, interest 3% to 20%, unfunded, unpayable. This is the system that gives wealth to the 1%. That's why they set it up the way they did. And that, my friends, is why you didn't know about the Federal Reserve being a private company for a very long time of your life, because they also control the media that's not going to tell you that. They also control the educational system, which is not giving you real financial tools. And they're certainly not telling you that you are an indentured servant, that you are a slave, Neo. The greatest thing about the school... go ahead.
And we grew up in a time where, in school, we had our little fake... we made little fake bank accounts, a savings account, a checking account. Our teachers made us learn how to do this, and, so our enslavement was complete with the education completely around how the Federal Reserve worked. This is how you do a check. This is how you save money in that savings account, and with no real guarantee that you'll ever get your money back.
Yeah. I mean, this is the system where everything we earn is completely taxed, to the point where by the time the dollar has made its way all the way through, it's taxed 100%. The company that made the money had to pay taxes. Then they paid me, and I had to pay income tax. And then I had to pay sales tax and property tax and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And every dollar. And if I buy something from somebody else, if I buy a car from somebody else, they got to pay taxes, even though the car had taxes on it when it was bought new. You still got to pay taxes on the used. It's a scam. The new money The USA Department of the Treasury, 1776 was when it was formed. New money, asset-based wealth creation. This is President Kennedy, obviously, on the front of the $100 bill. The U.S. Treasury certificate. It's not even a dollar bill. It's a USA Treasury certificate, the United States of America. Debt-free currency payable to the bearer on demand. 100. And it's backed by either silver or gold, but it's in the color of gold. It's a C note, right? It's in the color of gold. All right. The fishes multiply. All right. Many different symbols for that. That's an ancient pagan symbol. And also the beginning of sacred geometry. The Vesica Pisces that's formed with two circles, a cell duplicating itself. 100, and this is Kennedy who had, and you see him with the silver. The reason why I think they have the silver here is because he did back some of the currency with as silver certificates. He had them backed by silver. And that's why they killed him. And here you've got gold, silver, copper. You have, what is that? I can't make that out. You have oil. You have the market. You have the futures, the corn, the soybeans, etc. You have the housing market. You have mining and construction. And here, if I'm not off base here, I think that's thorium. Is it not, Hawk?
Yes, that is thorium.
And which one is this? Just that's gas. Sorry, that's gas.
Natural gas.
Yeah, natural gas. Okay, so giving you a little bit better image there. Okay. Hawk, you know a little bit about the thorium. You want to talk on that for a sec?
Well, okay. So back when they were developing nuclear, began the proliferation of materials in order to make nuclear weapons. They found this thorium. Okay, they knew absolutely nothing about it beforehand. But boy, do they know a lot about it now. And basically what it is they went with nuclear material because of the fact that it could be turned into weapons. Thorium cannot be. But the thing is that a ball of thorium, basically the size of a golf ball, put into a reactor that is approximately 15 feet by 15 feet, with the proper coolant, can produce enough energy to run your whole state. And I'm talking the state of Texas. Okay. Mm-hmm. A ball of thorium the size of a golf ball can produce enough power to run the entire state of Texas and never lose anything. And if the reactor ever went bad, there would be no nuclear type disaster. Okay. Thorium is the most sought after commodity. Okay. But its value right now is pennies on the dollar. Okay. Pennies on the dollar. The cost for producing electricity from it is pennies on the dollar. You wouldn't be getting electric bills like, believe me, and let me tell you, my last electric bill here on this farm was $12,000. And I said, that's it. Turn off the power. I'll run generators from here on out. No more. And that's exactly what I've done. And believe me, if I had thorium and I had the know-how to make a containment thing for it and produce my own power, I would do it in a heartbeat. because not only could I produce that for myself, but I could provide for the entire flipping state of Oregon with the size of a golf ball. I mean, I'm not kidding. You guys really need to do some deep diving into thorium, because it's going to be sought after when people realize what its ability is and what its true capabilities are. The choice between uranium, which can be radioactive, and thorium, which is not and can't be turned into a weapon, you're talking free energy for everybody for the rest of the life of the earth.
Yeah. And by the way, it was a decode I did a while back. I think it was on the deck clock that kind of brought thorium to the surface. That I believe that they're telling us about these things. They're giving us this information. If you would read that just on the thorium, and I'll be right back.
Okay, thorium is a naturally occurring radioactive metal found in soil, rock, and water. It is formed by the radioactive decay of uranium and can be mined from minerals such as monazite, thorite, and thorionite. Thorium is a weakly radioactive light silver metal that tarnishes olive gray when exposed to air, forming thorium dioxide. It is moderately soft and malleable and has a high melting point. Thorium is an electropositive actinide whose chemistry is dominated by +4 oxidation state and is quite reactive and can ignite in air when finally divided. And it's the dividing that, and that ignition which creates the power. The thing is it constantly it fires off, and then prime example, when Dave showed the SpaceX going through the ether and up to the firmament, and how it healed itself. Basically, the same type of thing happens to that thorium. Okay. And the fission. There you go. Thank you, Slow Country. I was trying to remember what the heck that word was. But and again, the reason that the government never did anything with it was because of the fact that they wanted to make weapons, and thorium was not an alternative for them. What do I know about polyethylene cobalt cordium? It's that was I have heard of that, but there was something in particular about it. It was it if I'm not mistaken, it reflects radioactive or reflects radioactive material from itself in such a way that that it can do damage to the ground. That pellets of that were they would take certain materials after they were used, and they would pellet it up, and then they would till it into the soil to kill off the land, kind of like salting the earth. If you salt the earth, then nothing can grow there for years and years and years. Okay, because you have no way to get rid of you have no way to get rid of all of that salt. Okay, I need to respond to this. Corrine Peters, I've been a dog breeder for most of my life. Okay. And I have a mobile vet who comes out here, and even my mobile vet is blown away. Okay. So, you can take it any way you want to. Okay. But you know, if it's not something that you can handle, then don't listen. Okay. You know, it was, you know, it's what happened. And things like that happen. I've had to bury many dogs in all the years that, especially puppies, you know, because moms don't always, you know, yeah, yeah, puppies don't always make it, you know, and let me tell you, my breed and my line of dogs, uh, we do really good, and we do a lot of good work with what we do. We train for hearing impaired, for seeing eye, for seizure detection, PTSD, and many other things. And people get the dogs for free. I don't charge people for them.
I'm back with you, brother.
Right?
Yeah, no need to be critical of a situation like that because you're talking to somebody who knows what the hell they're doing, and not only do you know when a dog is dead, you know when a person is dead too because you've had to
Yeah,
experience that.
yeah, yeah. I worked with canines throughout my whole time in the military, and long before that, you know. So,
Yeah.
um,
Um, I want to go back to the Ingersoll Lockwood site, and so down here at the bottom is where we saw this link, and we clicked on it, and it took us to that letter from Abbott. Um, the year is 2024, but it's actually 5784, right? Because 2024 is just since Adonis Domini in the year of our Lord. Um, so I'm sure I hacked that up, by the way. But when you go up here to dark mode, you can see all these links that you can click to and find different really cool stuff where they're taking us. This is Experience Trump Winery, and you know one of the finest winemakers in the world is Trump on this particular one. Um, so you find different things. You find scripture. You find this little dot here that will take you to um,
There
I
can
forget
be
which
no
video.
coexistence
Oh, yeah.
with this violence. There can be no tolerating it, no accepting it, no excusing it, and no ignoring it. Every time a terrorist murders an innocent person and falsely invokes the name of God, it should be an insult to every person of faith. Terrorists do not worship God, they worship death. If we do not act against this organized terror, then we know what will happen and what will be the end result. Terrorism's devastation of life will continue to spread. Peaceful societies will become engulfed by violence, and the futures of many generations will be sadly squandered. If we do not stand in uniform condemnation of this killing, then not only will we be judged by our people, not only will we be judged by history, but we will be judged by God.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society.
So I'm not going to do this whole one because you guys can do this on your own. But basically, you're going to Ingersoll Lockwood website, and that's Ingersoll Lockwood with 3 L's. And Ingersoll Lockwood was the author and the lawyer in the late 19th century who wrote The Marvelous Underground Adventures of Baron Trump and also The Last President, which had a Don in it. It had a Pence in it, and they lived on Fifth Avenue. Um, and the link that I clicked on to take you to the Abbott letter. Wait a minute, did I click on a different one here? I didn't want to go there. down here. Let's see. Here we go. Oh, it's taken me to the Republican governors band together, issue joint statement supporting Texas constitutional right to self-defense. January 25th, 2024. My friends, this just changed since you and I first went here, because I had just taken you to this. And if you remember, we had just gone here and it went to the Abbott letter. Now it's going to the governors that are banding together to support Abbott. Okay. Now, there's not much going down at the border. There's really not much to fight over, because the razor wire that they're putting up isn't going to stop the cartels. Okay. That's why Trump built a wall that you could see through, is because the razor wire isn't going to stop anybody. It might slow them down a little bit, but come on, you tell me these coyotes don't have wire cutters in their trunk? Come on, people. This is not about that. This is to show us the overreach of the federal government. Okay? The overreach of the federal government. Slow country, which what took you to post 1717? And so now these governors are supporting Abbott. And Abbott's still in India, by the way. So last night I was talking about Dan Patrick, who is the attorney attorney general, not the attorney general. That's Paxton, the lieutenant governor, who's in charge when Abbott is out of the country. And I think that's intentional, because Dan Patrick is a better patriot than Abbott is. Abbott waited 3 years for this, or I think that was part of the show, because we needed to have these people be sent into our laps in Chicago and New York, and people needed to reach the precipice on their own. Okay. But what I wanted to show you on this little spot, I wanted to blow that up for you so you could see this, is a watch. And I've blown it up for you here. And I'll show you that. And here it is. And it says Ingersoll, because I've seen these watches before, and I know that insignia. It's a Mickey Mouse watch. Mickey is next to the 9, leaning on the 9, if you will. Okay. Which, by the way, Club 33, 3 times 3 is 9. Club 33 is not a good place for it. And it says, what time is it? What time is it? Okay. Well, it's 10:10, right? Or 10:09 and 50 seconds or something like that. 10:09. And what I'm going to do here is, and it says vote, right? But look what happened just today or the other day, in terms of the Mike Johnson saying that you're changing these laws so that the illegals can vote. And that's what this is all about, is the vote. They need to control the vote, because they can't do it without illegal immigrants. They don't have enough control over the machines, all right, to cause this kind of, differentiation, if you will, of what lost my train there for a second, because I'm looking up the next thing I want to take you to, and that is 10:09 and 10:10 in the drops.
I'm stepping away for a few minutes to load up gas cans for this guy to run down and get gas for me.
Okay. And what was it that Slow Country said? I just dropped the info in chat. Okay, I see it. What took you to 1717 Slow? And so, so this is 1010, April 4th, 2018. Money. We just got done talking about that with the debt clock. Power, control. People are simply in the way. Slaves, sheep, pawns. Mass extinction events designed to decrease threat level of population. Mass extinction event. That's what COVID was. Okay. Also, wars are level gun control. Wars, fake, top happy, back end deal, election rigging, control. Again, election rigging, we just saw that. Your voice does not matter. Pharma, class D. Water, air, chemicals push for home use cleaning, cancer, baby on floor, hands and mouth. The start. That's when they get them. We were talking about this last night. How quickly they get them, but we didn't touch on the baby on the floor, hands and mouth. All the cleaning products are meant to kill them. Hawk's dogs just died because they got into rat poison. They're putting poison in the actual cleaning chemicals so that babies crawling on the floor and on the carpet, they're taking all this in. Vaccines, not all, I disagree. I think it's all, are bad. Tobacco, opioids. And by the way, what's going on with the Zyn? They're trying to ban these nicotine pouches because they found the reason is because nicotine helps with COVID. Smokers weren't getting COVID, most of them. Opioids, look what's happening fentanyl. Ultimate win, death and money, the Fed. Rothschilds, we were just talking about the Fed. Conspiracy, conspiracy, conspiracy. UK, Germany, 5 days. We were just talking about EU, Europe is next. Asia is next. Choice is yours. Revelations, enough is enough. The choice is yours. You're receiving these revelations. What are you going to do with them? What are you going to do with them? The Fed is private. It's Rothschild owned. That was 1010. Look at the time. By the way, Ingersoll is connected directly to Q through Space Force. And they've been gold. They've been dropping gold. So I'm telling you, they're a part of the operation without question, just based on the proof that I've shown enough on David Rodriguez's show and doing it here with Hawk and doing it myself. 1009, because it was so close to that on that clock, it was not supposed to be revealed. POTUS is not under criminal investigation. Not yet. Traitor, massive intel sweep. Manafort was a plant. Trace background, open source. Who was arrested? Non-U.S. Trace background, open source. Carter Page was a plant. Trace background, open source. Carter Page is who they FISA surveilled even after he left the campaign. Why is Mueller going after inside plants? Again, Mueller back with the Uranium One and also the National Guard. Flynn is safe. To find witness. Can a witness hold a position of power influence while ongoing? Russia, Russia, Russia. Real or fake? Fake. J.A. Seth Rich. I'm sorry, Julian Assange. Seth Rich. MS-13 187 to 24 distance. Basically, Q told us that two MS-17 gang members killed Seth Rich, and then they killed them. MS-13 13 equals M. MSM, mainstream media, The Wheel. No investigation into WikiLeaks receipt of information. In other words, Seth Rich sent Julian Assange the zip drive that he had on the DNC. And those DNC email leaks were because of a patriot by the name of Seth Rich and a patriot by the name of Julian Assange. And what happened was Assange even offered a reward but they didn't reveal that information, but we know it to be true. But they didn't even investigate that. Why? Because they showed it was a hack, which was a lie, because the download speeds, it was physically impossible. No investigation into the WikiLeaks receipt of information. They didn't even look at the damn hard drive in the DNC. The FBI did not. They got it through was it crowdsource? Yeah. No pull down of NSA metadata trace C to WikiLeaks. No pull down of NSA metadata, period. Nothing transferred across web, direct to direct bypass dump. No direct investigation into DNC computer software. No direct investigation into Chuck Schumer. FBI, Supreme Court, DOJ, Fed, simply trust crowdsource's report on data breach. I'm sorry, into crowdsource. That's what CS was. Schumer didn't fit there for me, and I knew it was wrong. Hussein block, Hussein control. We're talking about Obama, obviously. State secrets, White House national security articles 1 to 9 buried. A one attached. America for sale. Cheating Obama, trust the plan, April showers. All relative, because it all goes back to Mueller. It goes back to the Russian collusion. It goes back to the control over humanity. And Ingersoll Lockwood will be the first to tell us that they're not tied in with Q. But they say here on the front page, after Space Force, and we know Space Force is Trump. We know Trump and Space Force are Q. Down here, it says Ingersoll Lockwood is a nonpartisan group of Americans with distinguished careers serving our great nation. We don't believe in the QAnon conspiracy, nor would we ever. Please tell this to all Team IL. Basically, the lady doth protest too much, methinks. This is, why would you have this on the front page? And also they're saying we don't believe in the QAnon conspiracy. That's because they know it's not a conspiracy. And they also know it's not QAnon. Okay. So this website has led me to know that Mike Johnson was going to be the Speaker of the House. Also that Mike Johnson was going to be under control of Trump and Ingersoll, because there was an Ingersoll Trump watch in front of the Jordan sneaker, MJ, Michael Jordan. And it also led me to predict on Nino Rodriguez's show live on the 15th that there was going to be a piercing of the firmament from Ingersoll Lockwood. And Musk delayed his rocket launch from the 16th to the 18th, but guess what happened on the 18th? They pierced a firmament. I came back, I showed it on video, and that was predicted by this website. Okay. Some smart ass today, when I was critical of Wayne Willett, Juan O'Savin, on somebody's post, And he said, let's see, do I want to listen to a guy who makes predictions based on cartoons, or do I want to listen to a guy run around the country supporting MAGA? Well, first of all, it's a dick comment. Second of all, I do support MAGA, and I do more for MAGA than he ever would or could. Um, and and I'm not pretending to be somebody else. So I replied back to the guy. I said, you could either follow the guy who pretends to be somebody else or follow the guy who makes predictions off cartoons like The Simpsons, and has always told you exactly who he was and where he stands, something like that. I said, take your pick, prick. And but that is, some people are going to downplay something like that. They're going to discount something like that. So what am I doing? You don't think I got better things to do than look at fucking cartoons and websites and decodes? It served me. It served me for the past 5 years, 6 years. Because there's information there that I can work with. There's information there that I know exists because I've already done that research. And then there's new stuff that's added that I'm like, wow, I never thought of that. Never made that connection. My friends, this is an information war, okay? And how do we fight an information war? Well, the best bet is to try to find good information and be able to discern what's good information and what's not good information. And a lot of times you can tell different ways. You can tell somebody that's charging for the information, okay? How important is that information, first off? And if it's so important, why charge for it? And then you'll have some people that will give you information because it makes them feel good, to feel wanted, desired, revered. And so their ego kicks in. And so they want to give you something that nobody else can. Folks, ladies, isn't that the pickup line in the bar? The guy who's going to give you something nobody else can? Aren't you past that? Because in order for us to win this information war, you got to be past that. And the guys have to be past passing up a good woman for a stripper because she makes him think that he's special. We have to do things differently. That's why I'm here, I think, with my experience and with my research and with all of the experiences that I've had, the loss that I've experienced from this show. People are like, it's not a show. I lost my dad. Yeah, so have I. It's not a show. I've lost my brother. Yes, so did I. People die in false flags. People die in shows, real shows. And trust me, when this is all said and done, I'm going to get some answers from Trump. I'm going to get some answers from Q. They're going to need to convince me that it did have to be this way. Because a lot of us thought, well, if you release this information earlier, the hell with the people that can't handle it, because we're ready for it. But how would you have felt about that if I had said that 10 years ago, 5 years before your awakening? Because I was getting impatient and I didn't want to see any more harm come to my country or my family or my friends. How would you have felt if you were blindsided by this reality that is so unbelievably extreme that it will stop you in your tracks and put you in a hospital? Q has done the predictive programming, the looking into the future. However they've done it and they've realized that the only way forward is to slowly drip in this information and drip it from the proper channels, because we can't go into the new earth with half the population in the hospital. So, yeah, we've seen this watch and timing before. I think you're talking about the Q stuff, right, Miss Mindersu? Like, I agree. Like, we've been down this road of these drops before. As a matter of fact, I'm glad you mentioned that, and I hope that I'm reading your comment properly. But I'm glad you mentioned that, because I did want to talk about that tonight, because we've been here before. Super Bowl, they're going to do it in front of a lot of people. It's going to be this and this and this. And, yeah, we've been down this road. But we've also never been down this road with as many people that are awake as we have now. Okay. And really odd things are happening around us. Okay. Really odd things are happening around us. And they're trying to get us into war. Look at Lindsey Graham. Hit Iran now. Hit them hard. John Cornyn, Senator, target Tehran. You saw everybody showing the B-2 bomber, and they, all the reactions. Tucker Carlson says fucking lunatics. That's absolutely spot on, Tucker. Tucker is part of this awakening, without question. Yeah. Tom Cotton is also calling for an airstrike, right? And Mike Johnson said we got to send a message across the globe. Well, we'll see how much under control he is. Okay. So, my friends, we got a revolution here to fight. Yeah. And we've got to do the best we can to make sure we're getting good information. And if you're getting information from somebody as matter of fact about it, think about how that must feed their ego, and how their ego might just be more important than this war we're fighting. Or the money might just be more important than this war that we're fighting. And we need to flip the script, because the people that aren't demanding money from you, hello, are the people that, I don't know, maybe you could give some money to, instead of the people that are charging you for it. How much you paying for the NFL package? How much you paying for Amazon Prime or Netflix, or what are you paying for some of the other truthers out there and buying their books and buying their stuff? If you're doing that, great, but who are you supporting? And And what are they? How are they doing it? How are they packaging it? Is it sleek and shiny? And that's how they get you. That's how the alternative media gets you. And so I'll give you the Amazing Polly is not here to compromise. And I've shared Amazing Polly with my audience many, many times. And here she is basically calling out some of the people who are the alternative media. Let me know if you follow any of these people. Let me know if you like any of these people, because what's going on here is maybe not what you think is going on. Okay? Challenge these people. Question them. Question, how did they respond to the genocide in Gaza being justified by a Hamas attack which was funded by Israel? The same people. Find out what they said about that. Find out the guys who said Vivek should be the Republican nominee. Find out the people
Who are those guys on the right?
Went to Israel.
Who are the guys on the right side? Who are the guys on the right side of that, Dave?
These are the investors and the funders.
Okay. I was trying to read what that said. I just couldn't catch it.
Yeah. But Elon, Peter Thiel owns Rumble. That's why I was hesitant about Rumble, but I had no choice. I was trying to create my own channel, but it just, you got to charge for that, and I didn't want to do that. It wasn't feeling right, because the closer we get to the war, the more the information is vitally important. And David Sachs, Locals and Rumble, these guys. Donald Trump Media. She's down on Trump because of the jab. Anybody who's down on Trump because of the jab, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not. I'll toss out there that I think that it was absolutely necessary, and that that he had to play that role. He had to do that, and that they were going to lock us down a lot longer had he not come up with warp speed. That's my only argument. But he's still saying, good things about it. Yeah. What's up with that?
But he's always been pushing the alternatives too, though.
Yes.
And that was, those, and the thing was he was pushing literal true alternatives, while the schmucks were saying, oh, no, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. Or they were turning it into something, saying that he said this when we knew that he meant different. This is the thing, Trump, I don't consider Trump to be a savior. I believe him to be playing a role no different than everybody else that holds office or is administration type people. I really believe that he is playing a role as well. The difference is that with his business background, and what he's built through the years and what he's fought for over the years, because I remember him going in front of Congress and the Senate on particular hearings and talking about the housing, the housing situation there in New York, talking about Wall Street and talking about the banks and the shenanigans that were going on. He's always been an outer of those type of situations, no different than him working with Giuliani in order to bring the mob out of the building industry in New York, because they, you think about it, it's all the major cities that had any type of mob affiliation whatsoever. The mob was in charge of the construction industry in all of those big cities. You weren't getting nothing done if you weren't paying somebody from the mob, and working with Giuliani, he helped to put an end to that, making it so that the average Joe could start a home building or a home repair business, or you could get into the industry building these superstructures and things like that, but again, it's like I said, I think everybody is playing a role, including Donald Trump. But I believe that he loves America too. That's,
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. And you're right. As you witnessed me going all the way through the pandemic, I was adamant about, look, he's mentioning alternatives. He's saying the vax because 60% of the population needs that jab. They think they need that jab to see grandma, if not more, probably 70%. So he knows he needs to put that out there for credibility and then mention, oh, check out these therapeutics. Check out this Dr. Zelenko, who cured 600 people with hydroxychloroquine. Check him out. Wow, these frontline doctors, look at these people, and then the monoclonal antibodies, and then the ivermectin.
Those are bad words.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Yeah,
Shit.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, but you're right. This. I'm not saying that you're not right. I'm just saying those are bad words on YouTube. We're not giving any medical advice, just to make that very clear. We're not giving any medical advice or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's
for entertainment purposes only.
Exactly. Yeah. Fauci said that they don't work anyway. So.
Yeah,
exactly. But see, that was the thing, is we wouldn't have really known how bad Fauci was, other than the people who were affected by the AIDS epidemic of the 1980s, okay, which the government created, okay, just to put that out there, okay. But the fact of the matter is that we would not have known that this was a big thing if he hadn't said those things, if he hadn't brought up the H and the C and the Q and the Ivor and so on and so forth, alternatives. Okay. We wouldn't have known to look at those alternatives and be able to say, oh, wait a minute. Hey, what's this about Africa? You're telling me that this got rid of malaria? This got rid of all this other stuff? And and that's when we began to realize exactly how bad Fauci really was. We wouldn't have known that, if those things were not right there,
Right.
Yeah. So but again, it still boils back to everybody's playing a part. And what was the one thing that Q said? What makes a great movie? Great actors.
Yeah, central casting.
Yep. And how many times did Trump say that now? I mean, to have that written in, or he's talking on the cuff about a particular individual. And just like he was talking about that general. Now, this is a general that I'd want to have. and he's straight from Central Casting. Is what he said. And that was just a couple of days ago, you know. So it's like, come on. I mean, he's telling us, okay, but at the same time, understand this, that Trump came from Central Casting too. Okay. So we were talking about what exactly Central Casting was, but all you have to do is turn on your TV. Every lawyer that you see on TV, in order to go on to that TV, they become SAG members. Okay. The Screen Actors Guild. Okay. And what do you do when you join the Screen Actors Guild? You get signed up for Central Casting. So
you actually you can do Central Casting for as a non-SAG member.
Can you?
But but then but they can only take a certain amount of non-SAG members, and most productions, and so. But then, if you get a speaking line, then you can get into SAG. If you get a speaking line in a movie.
Yeah. Well, SAG originally was started not because of necessarily of the actual movie theater people, but of the stage theater, like the New York Broadway, stuff like that. And then it became the Screen Actors Guild when guys got into it and started doing music and being big recording artists, basically such as Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, and those guys there. That's when SAG really became the Screen Actors Guild, which covered all theater and all arts. So it's got a really strange history behind it. But there's a lot of demonology mixed in all of it too. Speaking of a demon.
Yeah. And full on satanic ceremonies at her concerts. And this is scripted. When I knew that they were going to script this through. When I saw that they were saying that it was going to be the Ravens, I was like, no, I don't buy that, because they need Taylor and Kelsey for the jab and for the election.
Yeah. Did you see that thing that they did today that was up on there that she's going to be the biggest influencer for
it's right here
for Democratic voters and all the young people. Yeah,
I had it up. Could sway the 2024 election outcome. New poll finds with a fifth of voters likely to back candidate endorsed by Singer. Yeah, so it's yeah, man, it's getting good, and it's definitely important that we continue on in this fight, and I think a good part of that is trying to be thorough but also brief, because the more shareable this is, the better. And
leave that puppy alone.
And here's a lovely comment on my Twitter from Monica Ryson. David, I'm so glad you're back. I missed you. You woke me up in 2019. Thank you for your patriotism. Love you lots. That's awesome. Thank you, Monica. And should have said just shared on the show. Maybe she's here. And so my friends, this is here's a guy who says, David, let's assume you were right. And I guess this is about this
Serious.
fake war, right? The result is you were telling the normies to sit on their ass and watch the show with a bag of popcorn. In my opinion, we need Alex Jones energy and you too, because I respect and I listen to you. Well, thank you for that. A Nazi is a foreign invader. So, a couple things on that. First of all, I'm not telling the normies to sit on their ass and watch the show with a bag of popcorn, and that is a common mis.
It's a 107 kind of comment.
Yeah, it's
That's what one
common
would say.
from false anons,
Yeah.
is what it is. Because Q never told us to not engage. Q told us only at the precipice will people find the will to engage, will find the strength to engage, and get involved. And what the show is doing is they're putting people at the precipice. They're pushing people to the precipice because some people, it might be the abortion thing, and that's their precipice. The other people might be the illegal immigration. Other people, it might be the trans movement and the sexual confusion that's being caused, and the what's going on in the classrooms and what they're teaching, and how they're trying to allow children to do sex change operations before they even know what they're all about, and not tell the parents and all. See, everybody's got their precipice. Your precipice, might be the financial. You're struggling, you're hurting. And by the way, whenever I ask for, an exchange of energy, financially, for the work that I do, please know that I'm not talking to you if you're struggling. I'm not. That's not for you. It's for the people that are doing okay and might be struggling, but instead of maybe buying a Starbucks coffee, they send me $5, or they send Hawk $5, and that's an exchange of energy that I'm talking about. But also the people that can, help 5 people that can't put up $5. So you help them, you pay it forward. And the fact of the matter is, if none of you pay a dime, we're still going to do this. But it makes our life a lot more difficult. And it makes it a lot more difficult to come to you. And that's the God's honest truth.
Yeah, because if I ain't got gas, I can't come to you.
You can't broadcast.
Yeah, I can't broadcast if I ain't got gas.
And you got dogs that you love, that that you need to feed. And
I've already, these guys know, I wouldn't even have all these dogs right now if it wasn't for the viewers. I really wouldn't. I would have had to get rid of them after the farm shut down. It's that simple. I've been able to keep going, and for these last couple of years because of that. And they know that. I wouldn't have power right now. The loss of my farm was by far the hardest thing that I ever had to do, because I built it from the ground up.
And you were killing it. You were crushing it.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. And so
hit.
Yep. And then, oh yeah,
you sent me, dude. You sent me. There were times you sent me $200, $250.
Yeah. I used to. There was a week before the farm shut down. A girl came into another chat, and she was like, they were going to lose their place, and I instantly, right there on the live, sent her $1,000. and then I said I made a comment in chat, and other people matched me, and the girl was taken care of, and it was, and it's an amazing thing to be able to do for people, but that was when I was making 44,000 a month in business, business wise. I mean, a good portion of that went back out because you have to replace soil, nutrients, pots, water supply, power supply, everything in order to operate. But it was, I didn't have too many expenditures, so for me to do that for her was, I felt it was my duty to do it, and then I also felt at the same time that it was my duty to encourage others to do the same thing, and they did, a few people did. And I mean, other people sent small amounts, but there were a few people that matched me, and her foreclosure was taken care of that night.
Amazing.
I'm by myself out here, with the dogs, well, except for the homeless couple up on the hill, but she works, and he is a disabled vet, and eventually they'll get themselves into their own place, but they don't come down here and hang out with me or anything like that. And so to me, helping a girl who's got kids, and is trying to homestead, keep their place, hell yeah. If I could do it again, right? If I could do it again right now, I would, in a heartbeat, because I know the value of that, the value of building something up from the ground. I went from being homeless and using a friend's closet to start my plant business, and worked up to a 30-acre farm, in just a couple of years, and that doesn't happen if your intentions are not right, so to see that girl and know that her intention was those kids, and it was, I mean, it was very, very apparent, and I would give it all up to help somebody that way again. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's awesome. So see, the story there is, and I've got similar stories, is that we help others out when we have the ability to do so, and especially when somebody's giving us something of value. But where I was going with this, I wasn't even really going to go down the money area, because what I was saying is if you're struggling, exchange the energy another way. We've all been in that position where we want to go to a party, but we don't even have $20 to buy decent bottle of wine to bring, right? And so we don't go, or we go, but we make it work or somehow. And that's the BYOB energy. You don't want to show up empty-handed, so you do what you can. But we don't want you to not come if you can't afford a bottle of wine. And maybe an exchange of energy is the next time you're in a chat with somebody, hey, I saw this great show the other night. Dave and Hawk did a show. You guys ought to check them out. Or share the show like many of you already do. Or just have a conversation with somebody about something we talked about. That is an exchange of energy too, because you are making my words immortal, because now they'll live in the heart of another. And so, but I just think that it's important for us to understand this exchange of energy is so valuable and so important. And it raises the frequency of what I'm doing, what Hawk's doing. And it raises the frequency, not just from an energetic standpoint, but, we can't pay for the electric. We can't pay for the rent. We can't, on just energy. right? So it's important. So at any rate, folks, please engage this, running around the internet, for free, just taking. It's not going to get us out of this um, this situation. Yeah, Ricky says I let a nice car go to a single mom whose car broke down. It feels good. Ricky, that's amazing. That's awesome, guys. That's the kind of thing. That's the new way of doing things. I really believe it. We take care of the people that are taking care of us, but we're also taking care of people who are having trouble taking care of themselves. And
Mentally too.
yeah,
Let me tell you,
yeah.
sometimes it's, it might be something you hear in the podcast that you turn around and you're talking to a friend on the phone, and maybe they're down and out about something, and you can share something with them that would let them know that they're not flipping crazy, that they're not seeing things.
Yeah.
Because one of the things that started the conversation off originally was the drip, 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 and it's to strengthen you. So while you have the ability to strengthen somebody else,
Yeah.
drip, drip, drip.
Yeah.
Have them start working out so that when the big stuff comes out, they're prepared. They're mentally strong as well as physically strong and capable of being able to deal with it. Start talking about trafficking. Start talking about the medical industry. Start talking about the financial sector. Start talking about a couple of politicians. It doesn't have to be about Trump. You could talk about other politicians. You look at all these people in Congress and in the Senate and everything. And let me tell you, a couple of simple conversations can put some really good ideas into somebody's mind about what they can do in order to get their senators and governors doing what the constituents want, not what they want or what their lobbyists want.
So check this out. One of the drops I went to, brother, was 22 early on, right? Who controls the National Guard, right?
Yep.
The masses tend to panic in such situations. No war, no civil unrest, clean and swift. And
what's the one thing about the National Guard? They can work with the Marines.
Yeah, we covered that. And
that's
but
why
look at
they're called
this.
they're called the president's own.
The president's own.
Okay. So what that means is that even though we fall under the Department of the Navy, the president actually holds and maintains control of the Marines.
So the president maintains control of the Marines.
Yep.
When?
Whereas the Pentagon maintains control of the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and the Coast Guard.
Yeah.
Why do presidents always say send in the Marines? The president's own.
Wow. So that's awesome. And I knew that the president had controlled the Marines. I didn't know that that's what happens. Like the Pentagon does that. Keeps control of the others, but the president has the Marines.
Yep.
So,
in this case here, the Marines and Space Force, but the president also controls the National Guard.
Mm-hmm.
So, you take those three forces together is equal to the rest of them.
Yeah. So 22. Okay. Is let me see here. 22 says no civil unrest, clean and swift. Okay. Who controls the National Guard is how that started. Then we go to Twitter, and somebody's looking out for me by the name of When You Find Out, We Lesature 73441. Okay. He circled swift action. Swift action. Swift. What were we just talking about?
Taylor Swift getting action on the football field.
Yeah. Swift and action with the
lip lock on the football field.
Yeah.
Swift action. You know what I mean? It's acting. Action.
Yeah.
You're a director. What do you say? Action.
There's Swift.
Oh,
yeah,
my Lord.
Swift action.
This stuff is clicking way too. It's beginning to click way too easy, Dave. It's really beginning to click too easy. I mean, this is getting to the point where if you're not catching on,
yeah,
you're not hearing anything, and I always say that there's a difference between listening and hearing. Listening is what you do in your car when you're driving down the road. And then every once in a while you hear a song, makes you turn it up and you sing along, and then you turn the volume back down and you're back to listening. But when you hear that song, you know every word, you know every note, you know every drum roll, you know every snare, everything. You're hearing.
Folks, if you're on X, look him up. Okay, give him a follow, dude. It's getting. Oh boy, this just happened. This is breaking news. Hong Kong court orders the liquidation of Evergrande. It has arrived. This is what we've been waiting for. This is what we've been waiting for. This is going to be the collapse of the Chinese market. And let me see. This is trying to find. 3 days ago, China's market stumbles. 4 days ago, nothing from today other than what you're looking at right there, which is at Gold Telegraph. And this is Ariel sharing this. And he says, breaking news, do you know what this means for hedge funds and big banks? Do you know what this means for your new economy? This is Ariel, by the way. Give him a follow, please. He's well worth it. Hawk will tell you. Do you know what this means for your new economy? Do you know what this means for the 1871 U.S. Corp? Do you know what it means for the Rothschild banking system? Do you know what this means for the fiat U.S. dollar? Do you know what this means for warmongering aristocrats? Do you know what this means for the Federal Reserve, the IRS, the New Republic? Do you now understand what I told you when your freedom starts with the collapse of the fiat dollar? Do you now understand why Iraq had been waiting to release the new exchange rate? I could have written this based on our conversation and the show tonight. We covered all of this. Every single line of this we covered, including that your freedom that you're not going to know about the human trafficking and not take care of the debt slavery. Human slavery. We're all slaves. That's the awakening. That's the true freedom. This is good news, but it could get worse before it gets better, and most likely will. So I don't want to paint this rosy red, visual for you. This could be blood red. This is the Gab AI's answer. What does the liquidation of Evergrande mean for the global economy? This is an interesting trial. The liquidation of Evergrande, a major Chinese real estate company, I forgot to tell you that for those of you who didn't know, Evergrande is the largest real estate company in the world, has significant implications for the global economy as it could potentially cause a ripple effect in the financial markets. Evergrande's collapse. Think about the company that is housing, the billions of Chinese, right? What's the Chinese right now? They've been over 1 billion for a long time. Evergrande's collapse could lead to a reduction in demand for raw materials and other goods, affecting the suppliers and other companies that rely on it. This could lead to a decrease in production and employment, which may result in a decline in consumer spending and negatively impact the global economy. Moreover, the company's debt is estimated to be around $300 billion, making it one of the largest defaults in history. This could have a significant impact on the confidence of investors and lead to a tightening of credit conditions, which could further slow down economic growth. In summary, the liquidation of Evergrande has the potential to cause a ripple effect in the global economy, affecting various sectors and countries, and could lead to a decrease in demand, production, and employment. Not a bad description for AI, right? All right, so this is big news, my friends. Okay, and it basically throws us into a the year of change, 2024. They don't use Russia and China don't use a dollar anymore. Evergrande shares halted. Good night. So they ordered the liquidation, and then they halted shares. After 2 years in limbo, Evergrande was ordered by a court in Hong Kong to liquidate, a move that will set off a race by lawyers to find and grab anything belonging to Evergrande that can be sold. It will be dismantled, a big bang end to years of stumbles. Yeah. This is huge. Folks, when you wake up tomorrow, the world may be a different place, depending on how the Chinese market reacts to this and how the U.S. market reacts to it. This is very important. So, glad we stayed on long enough to get this, right? And my friends, here's somebody. What if you're just done, just ready to end it? Does anyone even care anymore? I think not. I've done my best to be strong, but I'm so alone. My friends, this is a feeling that I know I've had, not to end it, but just so done. And so I feel for this gentleman or I think it's a gentleman, Sean. And my answer is it will pass, Sean. You are loved. You are loved. You're a creation of God. And look at all these people that are reaching out and saying, hey, dude, just hang in there. Just look to tomorrow and the next day and the next day, and just know that it's not going to be the same, and it's going to be better. And this is why I'm doing this, because I went through the awakening by myself, and it was one of the most depressing times of my life. And I became financially impotent, and still struggling with elements of that, because I was all in. I was all in. I wasn't. I wasn't going to go make another movie, a romantic comedy. I wasn't going to go play some basketball. I wasn't going to go coach some basketball. I needed to engage in this war. And I held off doing something about it for a long time because I wanted it to be right. I wanted it to be perfect. And I didn't know if I'd be received. And I'm so glad that I did move forward. And I just one day hit Facebook Live, and I did 60 days and 60 shows. And it started momentum. And I think when you're in a position like that, the best thing you can do is step in the direction of momentum and just fuel it just a little bit every day. Feel that momentum. Feel it with a beautiful video, or time spent with somebody special, or time spent in meditation, time spent in prayer, exercise, a walk, taking off your shoes and socks. I don't care if it's cold. Go walk in the grass, barefoot. Lean over, touch the grass, feel the grass and the soil with your feet and your bare hands and your bare feet, and just feel the earth, the energy of the earth and how it moves through you. These are just small little things that build momentum towards a better life. And that's what I wish for me, and that's what I wish for all of you, is that imagine being able to build a better life in this shitstorm. You do that now, you'll be able to do it anytime you want, upon command. You'll be able to just snap your fingers and be in a state of joy and bliss and reverence and servitude and friendliness and anything we want. People are going to be like, how do you do that? How are you able to you were just down about something, but man, you just shifted right back and you're ready to take on the world. Well, I lived through 2020, 2021 and 2022 and 2023 and now 2024. And we'll tell our kids about it one day, the ones that are too young to really understand. And we'll sit down with them and we'll talk about it, because we won't be fighting against a media that is lying to our child. We won't be seeing pundits with fake hair and fake tits and Botox, and so much so we can't even tell their emotions, and masks, and just scripted verbiage meant to manipulate the masses. We're not going to have that in the new earth. We're going to have people like Hawk and me, and we're just going to be talking. Imagine that. Talking without an agenda other than to help our fellow man and express ourselves in the way that if we didn't, we know we would just bottle up inside and it wouldn't be healthy. And so we speak from our mind, we speak from our heart, we speak from the depths of our soul, and we share with one another. And we bond and we connect and we build and we strengthen and we nurture and we create the world that we've been convinced we don't deserve. We do deserve it, but we must pay attention. We must engage. We must hold ourselves accountable for this shitstorm that we're currently a part of. It couldn't have happened without us. It couldn't have happened without us. And here we go, pointing fingers at others without pointing or realizing the ones pointed back at ourselves. I'm reaching out to this gentleman. Just spoke to you on my show tonight, 3:35:00. Much love. 3.5 hours in, I think, is about when I started speaking about this gentleman having a difficult time. But my friends, so many of us are going through this, and just do something small, build momentum for the next day and the next day and the next day, and see a better future, see a better world, see a better life ahead of us. See the ball swish through the net, and then go ahead and take that shot. I am ready for bed, and I am grateful to you all for your time and your attention. And
You said that like you're getting old or something, Dave. You said that
what's
like you're getting old.
Why? Because I want to go to bed.
I'm tired and I need to go to bed. And I'm just like, wow, you just sounded like a 70-year-old. I mean, look at Silver Girl. She's up there in age, and let me tell you, she's not only on Twitter, but she's on, every platform that there is, all hours of the night.
She's killing it. She's killing it. She's really a warrior, like so many. And I want to do something with the crew over there, Angel of Yahweh, and I want to do going to do Slow Country tomorrow. Slow, did you drop your details so people can find us? And we're also going to try to figure out how to do my channels as well. Jody says, huge thank you to Hawks Mustard Seeds and Dave Snedeker. We truly appreciate your time. Thank you, Jody.
Absolutely.
You're a rock star too. Viola says, thank you, Hawk and Dave. Enjoyed the show. Thank you, Viola. That was a little quick on Viola. Let me get you back up there. There we go. And then Pat Evans, love and blessings to all, dear Pat. My friends, yeah, it's well, here's the thing. Ann Conley, you woke me up in 2019 and I've listened to every show. And wow, that's something. Thank you for that. Thank you for sharing that. That's pretty awesome. And I see you're on X, so I'm glad you're watching on X, and reach out on X too, would you, Ann? Thank you for that. That was really special. Dave, you should wear the cheese head we sent you a while back. Dave, that was awesome. It's in a box somewhere in the garage. The cheese head from Wisconsin. Hey, we got to do some information on Wisconsin because Racine is not a good place. Let's see. Silver Girl, Angel and I want you to do a rundown on Ingersoll. I can work with you on it if you want. Yeah, that'd be great. Let's make that happen this week, okay? And I want to support you guys. So, yeah. Is it going to be a Slow Country regular channel tomorrow? Yeah, Clay, I think so.
Yep.
Yeah.
He dropped the link earlier in the chat. If you can scroll back, I think it was about 45 minutes ago. I think it was the last time he dropped it.
Do you know the link or?
I have him, but
you cut out. But we'll.
I hit the damn mute button.
Oh, okay.
I was going to click a plus button, and I don't know how in the hell that mouse got all the way down to the mute. But it's Slow Country. It'll if you have X, you can look on Slow Country 2. I know that it'll be on X tomorrow, as well as he'll have all the information up on there too. If any of you mods have Slow Country's info, please go ahead and drop it. Most of my mods have links to everybody's channel. So, and I tell them don't hesitate to share people's channels. There you go. Buffering got it. Thank you very much, Buff.
So good night, all. Be well, and I'll see you tomorrow with Slow Country. And Hawk, let's try to do something tomorrow night just to kind of keep the ball rolling and get your voice
absolutely.
out there.
I'm actually hoping that the internet will be back by tomorrow, because I mean, after we put them on blast on Twitter, man, they responded like
that's awesome,
lickety split. But the thing is here we are. It's still not on. So that tells me that, obviously they don't care about their company enough to really make it worthwhile. It's almost like they're, it's weird. A company down in your area, bought a portion of CenturyLink and turned it into a company called Brightspeed, I think it's called. And then another tech company came in called Lumen Technologies, and they bought up the rest of it. And it seems like since the purchase happened, the workers have not gotten the equipment that they need, and I guess it would be equipment like wires, cables.
Listen, I don't want to go down that road too far. They're a piece of shit company, and they need to take care of business and get you back online. And they're, and unfortunately, they probably got their people monitoring the big tech platforms for their name.
Yep.
They've got it.
Oh yeah.
They've probably got AI on it, and it sends it to somebody, and they're saying, "Okay, we got to check. We got to check this out." Five
Yep.
thousand people just saw this, right? Or
Yep.
10,000 people,
Exactly.
right? Okay, we better get our asses moving. And this is the
Yep.
new Earth, man. This is the
Yep.
shit that's going to go down. Like, hey,
Well, look at what they did to Bud Light, because they went totally against what everybody wanted. And it cost them more than 25% of their company.
yeah,
That could be a big, huge change to, and it also kind of puts the other cable companies, that are out there kind of on notice too, that listen, people are just going to really start posting bad things about you instead of just calling your company and complaining. Because
yeah.
we have a voice and we know where to put it now.
Somebody did an AI of Travis Kelce and um, Taylor Swift, and she was, but she was Dylan Mulvaney
She was
instead of Taylor Swift. And I'm trying to find it for everybody. It was pretty damn funny. Since you just brought that up.
Yeah. I'll tell you, these guys are talking about Starlink in here, it's understanding that these satellites that they're launching are going up and they're going out of those things by balloon. Dave, I think you and I watched a video one day of a whole string of satellites that were taken up by balloons. What are you whining about? I'm not petting you. I'm sorry that I can't pet you 24 hours a day. You're just like, you're too wiry and you jump around too much. And every time I start petting you, you get excited and you pee on my foot. It's one of the little boys. It's he's just like wanting attention. But we watched that one video. There had to have been like 50 or 60 satellites, and those balloons were filled and they were taken off all in a line, all in a perfect line. And those are the ones that we see up there that track across the sky. They're tracking across the sky. And, to me, that's kind of like, I almost have to think that Starlink and Space Force have to be somehow intertwined, because the way that those satellites track across the sky, no different than a plane flies, only at a slower speed, and you got like 20 of them in a row. They're scanning for something. That's not just satellites out there to dole out Wi-Fi, services. They're scanning for something. Maybe tracking conversations, whatever. I don't know if that makes sense to you or not, but there's something more to that than meets the eye.
In terms of what
the entirety of Starlink is about. I understand that it can literally be a global Wi-Fi network. I get that, but there's just something there that tells me that there's more of a military kind of influence involved in that, or law enforcement,
So what it is, and this is, my take on it, is that it is replacing the Corona satellites, the CIA satellites, which have been offline, but they need to replace without the old infrastructure. And so Musk is the number one contractor, but Musk is also being controlled by the White Hats because he has too much that's of value. And that's also why he's playing into the whole, globe Earth thing, because I don't think they want that out there at the level that he could put it out there. That it's
All right. Well,
like globe.
I got another one to throw at you. This was a question that some was in the chat last night, and I forgot to say something to you about it today. Was, what do you think about the wall being a big tuning fork?
Oh, damn, dude! I'm like, I've got sugar plum gumdrops in my thoughts and my dreams as I'm about to lay down and go to bed, and you're gonna pop that one on me, you son of a! Oh man! So
I'm telling you, that guy last week who was up there at the fence and he clapped his hands, it was absolutely no different than the sound that was coming out of that Mayan pyramid temple when the guy stands at the bottom of the steps and claps, and it comes back as a singing bird, sound. And this guy was, oh yeah, dude, yeah, we got to touch on this. We got to touch on it. Either that, or we need to make plans to have a big conversation about this.
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, why did they do it the way they did it, right? Why? What was Kofif all about? Okay, was it the iron ferrous oxide that is to shift the frequency of the 5G from one of being detrimental to the humans and the animals and the plant life, and shifting it
and it's set at 432
to be beneficial. Yeah, at 432, which is where we should be getting all of our music and all of our sound from. That's the frequency. See what I was talking about frequency earlier is that they are doing all that they can to make sure that we don't match that frequency. And so all of these actions that they do, from the Rockefeller changing the frequency so that it was detrimental to humanity, which was going to fuel his Western medicine model, his universities and his hospitals. And we're still going to these things. We're still going into the buildings with bricks and stones that were financed by Rockefeller, whose goal was to make us sick. So I just saw Rice and said, "Isn't could it be like the tuning of that, the frequency, like the bell towers?" Now, how many of you saw the videos of the bell towers and how they got rid of all the healing bells?
That was like Tartarian, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. And so, here we are with these technologies that we know exist, but we're not owning it. We're not stepping into our power. We're not saying, you know what? This is bullshit. We're not going to listen to music that this hurts anymore. We're not going to do that.
Why do they say the founding fathers? Where are all these bells made? In foundries. That's a good call
Yeah.
there, John.
Yeah. Well, the founding is you find something, right? It's much about creation and finding.
Well, the founder, a foundry was a blacksmith or metalworks.
Yeah, metal castings. Yeah. And so that's more of a foundry versus a foundation or a finding of something. But it's still a nice connection. John, thank you for sharing that.
And you think if that's correct, 432 megahertz Liberty Bell, why was the bell cracked?
And
To
were they
change
cracked?
the frequency.
So they wouldn't have that frequency?
Yep.
Or so here's what I'm going to play here.
Wow, that just all comes together. All these minds thinking about one thing, and all they have to do is put one thing that they know for sure into the comment section, and you're beginning to figure everything out about that particular thing. It's amazing. And this is a combination of seeds and Snedheads and people just happened to find us,
Check this out.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh yeah. Check this out. Yeah.
Fucking genius. Fuck. I'll check this human residence, please.
Whoa.
You hear the chirping coming back at him?
The only other place I've ever heard this is in Chichen Itza, Mexico. This is a phenomenon that people don't understand yet, and we found it here at the wall. My theory is this whole thing's a tuning fork.
Right here, the sound comes back. Why it sounds like a bird? Don't ask me that, because we don't know. But this is really impressive. Experts from different countries, experts in acoustics, they have come here to study, to try to know how this is possible.
The only other place I've ever heard this is in Chichen Itza, Mexico. This is a phenomenon
real clear
that
to
people
me.
don't understand.
Know how this is possible. They leave the country. It's like they.
And it works all four sides the same.
Used to be. Now only two. Yeah, the north and the west. You see?
Now please join me to the front of the steps. And when the sound of the clapping touches the steps according to the speed of the sound, that frequency, it will travel in the chamber.
Yeah.
But when it comes out, it will be equal to the song of a bird. And we still don't know how to do that or how they did that, and we say we have.
Are you kidding me? That's shocking.
The sound of the tempo and the bird, it's already in computers and sonograms to check the frequencies, and the two of them, they're equal. This is the ancient basketball.
I seen this one in the movie Apocalypto.
Yes.
This is, we don't have that technology right now. We don't know how they did that. How sad is that?
It's
Think
like
about it.
it's like harmonics, a pure harmonics.
Yeah.
And the only way you know pure harmonics is as a musician. You know, that's the unless you're eclectic and your hearing is tuned to it. But that is, yeah, it's just it's almost like taking force and turning it to peace.
Yeah.
You know, because it's you're sending the sound through aggression, but it's coming back to you as a bird.
Yeah. And this, I want to pull this up.
Poor Dave. He was all ready for bed, guys. Look what I did. You're welcome.
Yeah. All right. Check this out.
Frequency and vibration.
That, my friends, is called semantics. Semantics. CY. not SEM. This is what frequency can do, what vibration can do, and how healing it is. I use it. I use it with my Healy that we shared and can still share if you want to reach out on that. But we've kind of gotten away from it. But we use it. My family uses it, and it's fantastic. And so it uses frequency, and it balances our frequency, and we need to step into this. Whatever medbed technology is, I would agree. It's going to be frequency and vibration without question.
Yep.
And by the way, as I was seeing that, as I was watching, this video, I was thinking, I want to do like, different hertz and different symbols. And I want one of the symbols to like I want to have it CGI'd to make it look like me. It's a joke.
Or a cube.
It'll be Sned Hertz,
Yeah.
and or I'll say hurts so good, and it'll be a picture of me, flexing, So anybody that knows anybody that can do that kind of thing, let me know, and I'd be happy to have them do it for me for free. I would offer that. So yeah, just so imagine that. I want to start having more fun, man. I want to start, enjoying our life and showing people how much fun it can be and what we're going to do, because guess what? All the doom and gloom guys, are you going to want to listen to them when the new earth is here?
Nope.
No, we gotta replace the humor that's been lost to woke. We've got to replace the joy that's been lost to heartbreak. We've got to replace with smiles and laughter what has been, pain and suffering. And so we just need to step into that world and make it so ourselves. Let's start now with a good night's sleep. Good night, everybody. Hawk, you're not allowed to talk anymore. You're muted because you're going to say some shit that's going to keep me up for another half hour. So, hey, thanks, buddy.
All right, man. Fun. You have a good night. I'll say good night to everybody after you're done.
Okay. All right. Love you all, and sweet dreams, and be well, and give Pearl a squeeze for me, would you?
I will. Actually, I'm going to give her some medicine right now, right after I finish with this. So I got some Ivor. I'm getting ready to give them each their dose. Folks, thanks for joining us again tonight. We do our best to just dig things up and bring things to you, expose things to you, for you guys to turn around and continue looking. You might find 10 things that we didn't even bring up about each of the topics that we talked about tonight, except for Pearl. That could be 100 things. But I know this, that God loves you, Jesus loves you, we love you very much, and we'll be back with you in a couple of days. Dave will be on with Soul Country tomorrow. If my internet comes on, I'll be back on doing my regular thing again. For those of you that haven't experienced it, it's a huge watch party. We cover a lot of different things, and for those of you that already know what we do, I look forward to getting back with you guys and starting to run through all this stuff together. Together we can achieve anything. And just remember, we love you. And tomorrow is another day. Peace.